Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Commissioners. This is a public hearing of the Landmarks Preservation Commission on May 17th, 2016. I would like to call roll. Commissioner Srinivasan? Here. Commissioner Barron? Here. Commissioner Brand? Here. Commissioner Chapin? Commissioner Goldman? Commissioner Gustafson?
Here.
Commissioner Ross? Here. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah. Commissioners, good morning. First item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, docket number 18-0183. This is 807 Manhattan Avenue, located within the Greenpoint Historic District. This is a neoclassical style bank building designed by Helmsley and Huberty and built in 1906 with an L-shaped addition built in 1925 and an extension added in 1954. The application is to be clad and enlarge the extension.
Good morning, Commissioners. Timothy Shaw, Preservation Staff. 807 Manhattan Avenue is located at the southwest corner of Manhattan Avenue and Collier Street within the Greenpoint Historic District. The application is for the modification and expansion of an existing addition to a historic bank building. Previous conditions shown here, proposed and shown here. Robert Bianco from BKSB will present the proposal in further detail. Good morning, Commissioners. I am Robert Bianco, PKSB Architect.
But you're in good hands.
Here this morning representing the owners of 807 Manhattan Avenue, originally Greenpoint Savings Bank in the Greenpoint Historic District. The project site is located at the edge of the district on Manhattan Avenue and Collier Street and spans the full block toward Lorimer Street. The existing building is zoned as bank and office use. Our proposal proposes to convert a portion of the floor area to residential and also adds additional residential floor area, which is permitted in the C43A district. A little history about the building. The bank was built in 3 phases. First in 1906 at the corner of Collier and Manhattan Avenue. This is actually an earlier rendering showing a much more regularized window patterning at Collier Street, also showing the deeply recessed portico and a shallow dome, which remains the building's distinctive feature today. Again, looking at a little bit larger scale at the development of the full block over the past 110 years, with the bank building at the corner. In the 1920s, an L-shaped addition was added, expanding the building toward Lorimer Street. At this time, there were 2-story plus basement row houses that completed the block, which remained on the site until the 1950s when the rectangular white brick addition was added. And this annex is described in the Greenpoint Historic District Destination Report as undistinguished. And this is where our proposal is focused. In this portion of the building, we will be converting this floor area to residential use, condensing the uses. This will become a mixed-use building, commercial and residential, condensing the commercial to the historic bank building and residential closer to the Lorimer Street side. And in terms of design, our approach really is to maintain the prominence of historic bank building, maintain the simplicity of the annex, while at the same time elevating the design to become distinguished rather than undistinguished. Now it's not working.
Oh, enter login details.
Some things never change.
Yes. Okay, and some more historic photos, these are tax photos from the 1940s showing the row house buildings at the top, and then what currently exists on the site today in the 1980s tax photo on the bottom. And looking to the district for a little bit of inspiration and precedent, we noted that most of the larger scale buildings are institutional, predominantly churches and mostly of red brick masonry construction. There are a few examples of other bank buildings in the district, but these are here and here. Of a different style and occupy a smaller footprint than the Greenpoint Savings Bank. And the only other example of large-scale residential in the district is the Noho apartments, which are located relatively close to our site at Lorimer and Noble Street. And this is a 6-story, pretty simple red brick building with punched openings. There is another example of a brick construction, large-scale residential. This is the Astral Apartments, but this is not in the district. This is an individual landmark just outside the district to the north. So otherwise, the character of the district seems to be mostly 3- to 4-story row house, flat houses, of a pretty consistent scale and texture, but of a much different scale than the building that we are proposing to convert and modify. So looking at the existing site plan, this describes a little bit more clearly the phased construction of the building, the 1906 original domed building at the corner, the L-shaped addition from the 1920s, and the 1953 white brick annex. There is an existing parking lot and loading dock at the south of the site, directly abutting the historic district line shown here in red. Kind of washed out floor plans, but existing and proposed. This is the lowest level of the building, which is entirely below grade at Manhattan Avenue, existing condition, at Manhattan Avenue. And because grade slopes down significantly toward Lorimer Street, this portion of the building is partially above grade. And shaded here in red is the portion of the building we are proposing to convert to residential, with an entry on Lorimer Street. And the Manhattan Avenue side remains storage and mechanical spaces related to the commercial. At the first floor, again, the Manhattan Avenue side remains the banking facility, and the bank's current ATM and ADA entry located toward Lorimer Street will be relocated and condensed to be closer to Manhattan Avenue. The remaining portion of the floor will be converted to residential use, expanding into that current parking lot and maintaining a yard for legal exiting. And at the upper floors, similarly, converting Lorimer Street portion to residential and horizontal expansion. At the third floor, the same. And at the fourth floor, which is the existing roof of the office building, there are currently 2 rather sizable bulkheads housing mechanical equipment related to the office, which will be removed and replaced with a 1-story residential addition, which will be set back from the street 15 feet on either street. And at the roof of the addition, a modest elevator and stair bulkhead, some mechanical equipment with screening that's further set back, and we have accounted for all of the screening and the elevations and views that we will show you. Section showing again the portion converted to residential. The bank will remain in the original historic building. Another section cutting through the existing bulkhead to be removed, an additional 4th floor setback from the street. And cutting in the other direction, showing the horizontal expansion to the south and additional fourth floor. And looking at the streetscape facade with a little bit more immediate context, the buildings further down Collier Street are of a smaller scale residential, but they're not quite characteristic of the district. There's a lot of variation in their height, in their color, cladding. So for us at this elevation, the important context was the bank building. And so we chose a material palette that relates and speaks to the bank's materials. And also, since we are adding, although we are adding an additional floor, the overall height of the addition, including the bulkhead and mechanical screening, remains well below the overall height of the building. And at Lorimer Street, we do, further down the street, have more consistent and regularized brick row houses. And directly across the street is a one-story commercial building. And so this facade, we've introduced some shallow brick reveals to kind of break down the massing and relate better to the residential scale further down the street. And just to reiterate, the district boundary ends right here at the edge of our building. These buildings are not in the district. And in terms of height, across the street, this is an unfolded street elevation, so that's why the buildings below are upside down. But directly across the street and down the street are the Noble apartments, which are the six-story brick building I mentioned earlier. So in terms of scale, we are comparable with that building. And looking a little more closely at the Collier Street facade, we are proposing to maintain all of the existing floor structure, same floor elevations, and entirely recladding the white brick addition with a brick that is more of a pewter gray color to relate to the existing building. Slightly larger window openings. The existing windows are anodized aluminum double hung windows, pretty flush, basically flush with the brick right now. Our proposed windows are very deeply recessed, about 12 inches, to be more consistent with the bank's windows. And you can see where we're relocating the commercial entry to the bank. And on Lorimer Street, again, filling out that full lot line to the side, full street wall to the side lot line. Additional floor at the fourth floor. Our residential entry will be at the center on Lorimer Street. And the side lot line, which is basically right now overlooking the open parking lot, will become more of a side lot condition with smaller window openings per building code requirements. Wall sections at Collier Street, showing the more deeply recessed windows, removal of bulkhead, and addition of the fourth floor. And at Lorimer Street, again, more deeply recessed windows, some decorative metal detailing, metal grillage detailing. We do begin to get some clear-story windows at Lorimer Street because grade slopes down quite a bit. Also, you can see here the lowering of the parapet, which is almost 6 feet high, to a more standard 3.6 dimension. This is, again, the relocated bank entry, which is closer to the historic building, and similar detailing, but more decorative door, and similar thin metal canopy with mounted numbers lettering at the residential entry. We've chosen materials that directly relate to the existing bank. We would be proposing a granite base to match the existing bank's base, a pewter-colored brick with light mortar to relate to the bank's facade. And we look to the bank's ornamental metal detailing for inspiration for our base, which continues along Collier Street and turns the corner to Lorimer. And these act as protective guards also for the glass that is closer to the sidewalk. Also, as part of this application, we are proposing to maintain the historic street lamps along Collier Street, replace a lamp that has been removed on Manhattan Avenue, and continue those lamps along Lorimer Street where they never did exist, but we will continue their appearance. These were not original, but they have been there for a long time, and this was a particular concern to the community board, and we're happy to restore and maintain these features. Also, we will be providing the required street trees as part of this development, and they're shown here in the elevations along with the street lamps, but we're not showing them in the view so they can see the building. So now, moving on to the existing view from Manhattan and Collier Street, with the prominent dome and the 1950s edition. That, our proposal is very comparable in terms of mass. We see a little bit of the bulkhead of the new fourth floor. And this is just a comparison of existing mass to propose. We are lowering there. At the other opposite corner, proposed fourth floor addition is not visible. A little bit further down Collier Street, existing proposed, because we are lowering the parapet, a little bit more of the lantern of the dome does become more visible in this view, but we do begin to see the fourth floor addition minimally visible. Even further back on Collier Street, same thing, we see a little bit more of the dome and a little bit more of the fourth floor.
Can you just go back to that slide? So there you've shown the red line, right?
Yes.
That's the envelope today?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And standing now at the right of the district line. This view shows more clearly the deeply recessed windows, the brick corbel detail at the first floor window head, and the metal grillage and high granite base at the sidewalk. And now standing outside the district, looking back in, the existing conditions, we see a good portion of the mechanical bulkheads and mechanical units, and now proposed, we're filling out the street wall, all of the lot line. We see a little bit of the fourth floor windows, fourth floor addition. That's existing envelope versus proposed. And we want to just end on a more detailed rendering of our proposal, because really, it's all about the details, and we hope that through simple and thoughtful detailing, we can bring this from an undistinguished office building to a distinguished and modern and respectful addition to the Greenpoint Savings Bank.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Andy?
Just, are you recladding the entire building in the brick, or just where needed? Are you matching?
We are not matching the current brick is quite a bit whiter, so we are recladding.
Recladding the whole thing.
Entire 1953 portion. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? There are no speakers. Community Board 1 recommends approval. They do note that they have conditioned that the owner fix the historic lighting fixtures outside the bank and to continue to provide meeting space, which is really not before us per se. But, okay.
All right, do we have any other questions for the applicant? Yes, go ahead.
So you've dropped the parapet, and you've dropped it as low as it can get above the existing roof, is that right? Can you go any lower, or? No.
It's to the two, currently it's about 5'10", so we're dropping it to the required,
What's it-
6.
3-6 parapet above its current roof, its existing roof. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, yes, Kim.
The lot line windows over the adjacent building,
Yes. Yes.
are those into, I guess they're into apartments, and do you really need those windows? Are they required? There's no easement over that house or anything?
Correct, there is no easement.
They're just there for convenience?
They are there only on the top floor.
But they can't be legal windows, so they have to get all the light from. Right. Okay.
They're allowed to have.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
only at the top floor. We did not continue any of them as we got closer to the adjacent building.
Okay, any other questions? All right, in that case, we can close the hearing.
So moved.
Comments? Yes, go ahead.
This is certainly a laudable thing to be doing to this undistinguished building. And I certainly have no problem with the addition on the top, too. It's respectful, pulled back, and minimally visible, nicely designed. But I'm a little bit troubled by just the general character of the building. I mean, everything was beautifully presented, and it's a very rational approach. But somehow the renderings make it seem as if you're taking an undistinguished office building that looks like it might be a residential building, actually, because double-hung windows, just uninspiring, and turning it into what is beautifully designed but might well be a cold office building. And I'm just wondering if there's something you could do to kind of warm it up a bit more, make it look a little more residential. Maybe nobody else has this issue, and if not, so be it. But I just think it looks so cold. Could be the rendering. The windows are all black and dark. It just looks unfriendly. And I'm wondering if part of that is the granite base, which you've brought across, to relate to the existing bank building, which, again, laudable, but I'm just wondering about streetscape here now, wondering appropriateness. Those windows at the lower level are into residential units, I think. Is that right? I think so. I'm just wondering, I don't know, I'm just sort of musing here a little bit. Maybe nobody else has this thought, but...
I think I have a sense of what you mean. I have that sense as well, but, and I too am not entirely sure what the issue is, but my read would be that it's not the issue of the base so much as the windows and the window mullions. There's something about them that recalls sort of an office park kind of, they're not residential, they're not commercial, they're sort of slightly not sort of urban, I don't know. There's something about them that's a bit off, and it may just have to do with this kind of, the asymmetrical aspect, the color of the treatment of the windows. I'm not sure. It's a combination, but my sense is it's in the windows.
I understand what you're saying, and I guess for me, and just in general, I think that this proposal and the presentation, I think, very well articulated the changes that they're making. I think a lot of the issues are, or what they're proposing is appropriate. The height of this undistinguished building is lowered. The penthouse is set back sufficiently from the side, so even if it's visible, I don't think it detracts from either Kayla Street or from Lorimer, and I think it sort of adds and, is consistent with the streetscape. I think that the approach, which was to modify a commercial building and not make it more residential looking in its choice of colors and treatment, I think is an approach that I could support. It is a bulky building, and to try and bring it down to a scale of something more residential, I think would just be awkward. So their approach to somehow retain that and work within that, I think is, for me, I think I could support that. In terms of sort of the articulation of the building itself, I think, they have obviously made efforts to articulate it more and give it some more texture than it has right now, which is obviously kind of like a big nondescript building. And whether they can work on the windows to make them more residential, I think, I would support that.
I'm just wondering if multi-light would, it's, all of it is a bit sort of not authentic, it would seem to me, but maybe multi-light takes it to another vocabulary, which is sort of what it was never, what the building was never, which is sort of industrial or just another kind of scale. That might help. I don't know what the applicants would think about that.
Okay, others? Yeah.
I feel like I'm coming in a little bit late, so I'm reluctant to say too much, but I mean, I looked at the building in the preview, and I thought, it's an interesting approach. I mean, here you have an undistinguished addition to a commercial building, and the approach here is to say that appropriateness equals sticking with that concept, but, sharpening it up perhaps, so that the approach of this is to say, yeah, the building is contextually appropriate because it belongs to the bank visually, just like the old unappealing 60s office building addition belonged to the bank visually by choice of color, regularity of window placement, things like that. There was a kind of institutional, banky, commercial quality to it. And to the extent that this is changing the use, I think it's reasonable to say, well, that's not the approach you should take. You should take an approach where it should belong to the residential typologies of the neighborhood, not the commercial ones. But I mean, I don't think that's necessarily so. I think that you could say that I think that the argument's an acceptable argument, and to say, all right, well, I'm going to kind of make the fiction that this building is a commercial looking structure, and that the fact that it has a residential use inside should be no different than the fact that a loft in Soho has residences inside, and that, I can live with that. But I think that if I were to, I mean, as I hear your comments, I think that maybe a way to address it might be to say, all right, well, I think that argument about making a loft and then putting it back and then putting residences inside of it as a kind of conceptual model works better on the long street where there's a contiguity with the bank than it does on the side street where it kind of takes on its own life and seeks to knit itself back into the fabric of the neighborhood. And so, I mean, I think that the move to try to make that happen is the little reveals. And I think that maybe, they could work with staff to modify that facade to introduce a little bit more, not irregularity, but a different kind of spacing arrangement where it wasn't so A, and where it kind of had a little bit more of a residential rhythm, a residential texture. Maybe that would kind of seek to kind of take the commercial concept and blend it back in. But I personally think that it's okay as is, and I can live with it, even though it is. I don't think it's a foreground building. I think it's a background building, and it's a background building that's saying, I'm really a commercial building. I'm okay with that.
You've dragged me over the edge.
Okay. All right. So I think we're okay with this building. Okay. Not with this, right.
The world majority.
Okay, Fred, do you want to read that into the record?
The matter of 807 Manhattan Avenue in the Greenpoint Historic District. The application is to reclad and enlarge the extension. Note that the historic bank building was built in 1906, that an addition was built in 1925 and designed to relate to the style of the historic building, and a simple three-story extension was added in 1954. So also note that the style, scale, materials, and details of the bank building and the 1925 addition contribute to the special architectural character of the Greenpoint Historic District, and that the 1954 addition is one of the structures for which the Greenpoint Historic District was designated. I recommend approval, noting that the recladding from the non-contributing 1954 addition will not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the bank building or the Greenpoint Historic District, that the three-story street wall portion of the new building will not exceed the height of the existing building, and that the setback at the penthouse will allow the dome of the bank building to maintain its prominence. That the design and visibility of the setback penthouse and mechanical bulkhead above will not overwhelm the scale of the redesigned building or the predominant scale of the streetscape. That the new primary facades are composed of architectural elements, including punch window openings, decorative metal grills, and a granite base that are harmonious with the materials, details, and articulation of the bank building, and will be an improvement over the existing building and its relationship to the bank. That the proposed materials palette of the new building, including gray brick, cast stone, granite, metal panels, and glazing, will relate well to the bank building. That the decorative metal motif used in the metal screens will recall the historic iron grillwork on the bank building. That the scale, materials palette, and details will relate harmoniously with the institutional typology, monumental scale, and materials of the bank building, while some of the details will evoke the scale of the building on Collier Street, such as the iron work and brick unit size. That the infill of the existing parking lot on Lorimer Street will not eliminate any significant features of the landscape, and that this new portion of the building will continue the design of the rest of the building, with a few solid doors for commercial egress with the decorative metal motif integrated within them. That the simple design and small scale of the new canopy on Lorimer Street will relate well to the entrance and will not detract from the design of the new building streetscape. That the proposed lamppost will match the design and materials of the existing lampposts in front of both the bank building and the existing addition, and that the design of the proposed building will enhance the architectural and historic character of the Greenpoint Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the second item.
To Jared and Caroline and Sandy, who's not here, who is, because they lived with us as we went through the color palettes, the window sizes, and all the investigations that you all just went through.
Thanks, Shirley. The second item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 179343. This is 563 5th Street, located within Park Slope Historic District. This is a neoclassical style warehouse designed by Axel Hedman, built circa 1907-08. The application was to enlarge a rear yard addition.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sakina Moore, Preservation Staff. 563 5th Street is a neoclassical style row house located between 8th Avenue and Prospect Park West in the Park Slope Historic District. The application is to construct a partial stucco-clad addition above the original elm. Also note that the addition is partially visible from a gap on the other side of the block. The owner is here to present the proposal and will walk you through the visibility.
Thank you.
Sorry, actually, I'm the architect.
Okay.
I'll present. My name is Daniel Kaplan. I'm the owner of Bowerbird Architects, the architect for Gabriel and Jenna. Gabriel Wetmore is here in attendance. He's the owner of this apartment. It's on the 3rd floor of a 4-story in Park Slope on 5th Street. Gabriel and Jenna came to me because they've been living in the building for a while. They just had a second child and they want to stay in the neighborhood, can't afford a larger apartment. And Jenna grew up on this block and her parents live up the street, and they help out with babysitting and everything, and they have a long-standing relationship with the neighborhood. And so they came to me saying, how can they stay in this building? And the idea that we came up with in order to get a 2-bedroom apartment out of it was to make the smallest possible addition off the rear on top of an existing addition that would meet all code and zoning, but not stick out too far or take up too much of a view or of the rear yard as possible. And so what you can see is this entire street has existing additions. Some have been rebuilt over time, some have knocked them down, rebuilt them. I think one right here has recently gotten landmarks approval and is almost done with construction. Down here is actually the line of landmark demarcation. You can see right here on the lower right corner, that little yellow dot is our building. This portion of 8th Avenue does not have landmarks. That's where Methodist Hospital's new building is going. It's going to be something like stories. And one of the questions that we were working with staff level is that there's currently an empty lot here, even though it has a kind of a garage in the rear. Although this building here is for sale and they're selling it with the lot. So I don't know where that will go one day. These are 2 large apartment this is a large apartment building on the corner. This is an empty lot that's not landmarked, so it's hard to say what will happen there. Our building in question is right there. These are photos of the existing conditions. The red deck is the deck of Gabriel and Jenna. What you can see here are different extensions all the way up and down the block. That's the newer one that I spoke of that must have gotten a landmark approval. This is a view of the existing view from the rear of his apartment and what you would see beyond. That is standing on the floor above and looking out beyond. So this is actually the empty lot right here. You'll see that better in a moment from the reverse side since the conifers are there year-round. Here's the footprint of what we're proposing. It's 7'4" deep by 10 foot wide. The lot is 20 foot wide. So part of the zoning rules were that you can't have a narrow side yard condition, so it had to be greater than 8 feet from the property line unless it was going to fill from property line to property line. So we actually even made it narrower so that it's 10 and 10 foot side yard, because that's all we would need for this extra bedroom. 10 feet wide, 7'4" deep. And then we're going to show you in the plan that part of the bedroom just extends inside the existing apartment to accomplish what we need for the room size. That is a view looking back at the house, so the addition will fill up right here. And I'm going to skip, this is just the existing fence, but that's the neighbor's side. This is the view, that's the building I was saying for sale with the empty lot, but has the garage in back with the conifer trees, so you can't see his apartment. I will show you at the end of this presentation that we were asked to do a rendering of the, a model of our proposed addition without any trees whatsoever. So I did the best we could to demonstrate what you'll see. This is a view from 8th Avenue. Over these existing additions with their guardrails, there's no visibility whatsoever of the proposed addition. And that right there is their building. So you can see with these, even we did the rendering, but there's nothing we could show you to see because it falls behind. And that was part of the process, was to try to make it disappear from 8th Avenue. There's no way to make it fully disappear from the 4th Street open lot. So these are a series of views, all from backyards and from other houses on the street, but none of these views are actually from a visible thoroughfare until I get to the end. So this is just to show you what people would see from neighboring yards. That's actually all of it right there. It's actually down the block there. That's it from up the street. That's all you'd see is right there. This is from the neighboring yard, just looking up, just to give you an idea. And I will explain the roof shape in a moment. This is from 8th Avenue. Obviously, you can't see it. That's a rendering with the trees, but then I'll show you at the end what it will look like without them. So this is the plan right here. That's the addition. That's the existing addition. So you can see there the depth, 7.4 by 10. So we're able to pull the bedroom inside. We're actually going to remove the joists of the existing addition roof so that we can make it flat with and aligned with the joists of the interior apartment so that we could start that addition as low as possible so that the roof doesn't come up so high. This achieves a 2-bedroom apartment out of it, and as you can see, it's kitchen, living, dining in the front. This is an elevation of the entire street here as it exists. This is it with the addition on it. The addition at its highest point with this roof shape is 10'6". And you could see here cutting a section through what we're proposing. Now I'll explain that. The way we came up with this was there was only 2 possible solutions to a roof. One would be a flat roof with a pitch, but that would have a 3'6" guardrail around the entirety of it, which would bring the top of the guardrail on top of the roof higher than the only other way to get around it, being that zoning allows in code that if you have a 20% inclined roof, you don't need a guardrail at all. And so the argument was that from the street, you wouldn't see this at all because it wouldn't necessitate a guardrail on top. And so working within those rules, we thought we could bring the roof line of this addition as low as possible with the 20% and still have headroom inside. And so from that, we decided we would, we're going to match the stucco of all the existing buildings. I think they're mostly white, some neighbors are yellow. We would have a copper flashed eaves and then a copper downspout and black exterior windows to match. That's a section through it showing the full extension of the existing, and that would be our proposed right there. And this is a rendering from the street without trees of what you could see through the opening of 4th Street. We went before the community board and got unanimous approval with the condition they wanted us to flatten the roof and put the guardrail. And so I present to you both arguments. We once designed it with the guardrail. We just thought it's interesting shape, and just one other argument about that shape. comes from, these neighbors actually have a roof shape like that already, kind of a butterfly roof on 3 townhouses. So we thought it was interesting to borrow from that.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? Okay, we'll take testimony. Barbara Say.
Morning, Commissioners. Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC would not object to an enlargement of this rear yard addition, but finds the butterfly-shaped roof to be too eye-catching, especially since the addition is visible through the open lot. To avoid setting a precedent with this odd roof form, perhaps the applicant could investigate a flat roof. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Okay.
Just on that point, you normally would not see it at all, right, because of the conifer tree that's in the middle.
You're never going to see this thing unless the trees happen to fall down. There's 3 conifer trees there. I know you're not supposed to propose it with that. I actually think like the bigger thing is that Corcoran already has a rendering of this building for sale filled in. That obviously that will have to pass through you. This is a nice rendering actually. Surprisingly, it looked exactly like a merger of the 2 buildings. But I get that there is an argument that the only visibility of this addition from the street would be from 4th Street, as you saw. I don't know if that's good. Yeah. So you would just see, you're not going to see it really, because I'll show you the picture. I don't know if I can enlarge, but that's what you see through 4th Street. So you literally, I mean, we were standing up there with Ms. Moore. I was trying to hold a pole, and you could see a little flashes of it, but you're not going to ever see very much.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yes, Diana?
To me, this is very, the construction of the roof is really the only problem from my point of view, and yes, you can't see it now. If you could ever see it, you would want it to be flat. And so the argument that we're making it this way because you can't see it I don't know. If you can't see it to begin with, then it could be flat anyway. And if you are ever going to see it, it should be flat, I think. So my attitude would be they should have it flat at, a reasonable height for the space and put a railing on it.
All right, other commissioners?
I agree. I don't mind the butterfly roof because it's going to get filled in, and if that's what they want and you can't see it, I see no problem with it. And nobody could walk on it, so it doesn't need the railing.
Yeah, I agree. I think the freedom that we've allowed architectural expression in the back of buildings all over historic districts, when they are more visible even than this, is extraordinary, and I think that's a good thing. I can certainly accept it as it is.
Well, I think isn't the question, the applicant would probably prefer a flat roof for getting the ceiling height across, and I'm happy to go with either. So I guess I would ask what their preference is.
Yeah, I guess I feel a little bit the same way, which is if the applicant would like a flat roof, we wouldn't object, I don't think. So the question is it?
You mean, would I go either way? I left it up to the owner, really. We went over this because of the community board hearing had the same arguments. Some people really favored the butterfly roof. And for us, it has a certain architectural expression, but honestly, a lot of it is maintenance. Having that is certainly easier than were the owners to have to get up and then kind of look in the window of their upstairs neighbor, get over the guardrail to maintain a roof like that. This certainly argues for very easy maintenance, and it does keep a lower profile. I know it doesn't, I'd have to show you the other version to show you what that would look like.
I think that's fine.
So the applicant prefers it, is the answer.
Right, okay, are commissioners okay with approving as is?
Yeah.
Okay, John?
In the matter of docket number 17-9343, 563 Fifth Street in the Park Slope Historic District, it's a neoclassical style row house. The application is to enlarge a rear yard addition. I note the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Park Slope Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the work will not eliminate significant architectural features from the building or row, that the addition will be minimally visible from a public thoroughfare, that proposed enlargement of the rear addition maintains the existing building footprint and will not encroach on the rear yard, that the proposed enlargement of the rear addition will not rise to the full height of the building and will maintain a sense of the building's original volume and therefore will not overwhelm or diminish the character of the adjacent buildings or the green space, and that the proposed work will not diminish the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Park Slope Historic District.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item number 3 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, docket number 184444. This is 195 Broadway, the American Telephone and Telegraph Company building, an individual and an interior landmark. This is a neoclassical style office building designed by William Wells Bosworth and built in phases from 1912 to 1922 with a monumental classical style interior. The application is to construct interior partitions, replace doors, and install interior and exterior signage, interior power and plumbing connections, and light fixtures.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Hurlbut Preservation Staff. This application is for exterior and interior alterations at the American Telephone and Telegraph Company building, which is an interior and exterior and individual landmark, located at 195 Broadway, which is bounded by Fulton Street on the north, Broadway on the east, Day on the south, and Church Street on the west. So the exterior components of the application includes installation of signage at the western lot line facade and replacement of plaques at the base of the columns surrounding the entrance to the establishment on Day Street. And really quickly, the interior components include removing and installing partitions, reconfiguring a modern HVAC enclosure and drop ceiling, creating penetrations of the marble floor, installing signage, a bar, counters, and light fixtures, as well as a railing and a mezzanine. I'm going to let the applicant take you through this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Good morning, Commissioners. Cat Stackelberg, Eagles Grace Martin Partners. I'm here with our client, Jonathan from Starbucks, who has been a tenant of the building for 20 years, and their lease is up. And as part of the new lease and coming back to looking at the site again, they see this as sort of an opportunity to really do a lot of restorative work in this space and bring it, as I would say, sort of back into the fold, because there's been so much work at the base of this building that's ongoing that is really wonderful and commission approved, and this now is sort of catching up to that work. As Abby said, the building is an individual landmark and the lobby is designated as well. The work that we're talking about is down at this end of the building. This is the Day Street elevation along here. And then this is a photograph looking this way at the Broadway and Fulton Street elevation. The Millennium Hotel is located on the west portion of the block. So there are two components, the exterior work. All the work that you see both on the exterior and the interior in these photographs actually all predates designation. So part of, as I said, part of this is a sort of opportunity to undo some of those things and to improve upon them. There are large plaques across the base of these columns. Those will be removed with two very small bronze plaques. And then on the interior, this is a plan from the designation report illustrating the area of designation. It's in the second sheet in your handout. This is the area of designation that's included in the interior designation. So there's a building entry here. The space that we're talking about is just in here. And one of the things that's a bit hard to see in the photos and plans, but historically this was an open space. It was a 3-bay space, but it was divided prior to designation. So there's a giant sheetrock full-height wall with a roll-down gate in the middle of it that divides 2/3 of the space and the second third. And basically there's a Starbucks in 2/3 of the space and there was a deli in the third space. And part of the new lease is to actually, for Starbucks to take over the entire space. And the great thing about this is that this wall will go away. So this historic volume, which has been divided for at least 20 years, will for the first time in a long time, be restored. So I'm going to talk to you first about the exterior work. As Abby said, there's a lot line wall. This is the west wall, west-facing wall toward the Ground Zero site and the transit hub. There are modifications to the signage on this side, and then modifications to the signage at the base. So you can see this is a detail. This is an interior sign in this non-historic window, and then there's been signage applied to the stucco on the side elevation and the plaques on the front. An existing elevation on the top and a proposed elevation on the bottom. This is the Day Street elevation. The proposed work involves removing these 4 large plaques and installing 2 small bronze plaques. These have 4-inch letters at the base and restoring the granite. This is a new sign. It's actually hung from the interior, and I'll talk about that in greater detail in just a minute. So it's basically reducing the signage here down to these 2 small bronze plaques. And then on the side elevation, removing these 2 signs that you can see up here and installing bronze pin letters onto the stucco. They're about 12 by 14 inch dimensionally, each of the letters, and they'll be arranged vertically on that stucco wall. The jointing you can see sort of in this photograph, it's been painted on, so it may look like stone, but it is truly stucco.
Cass, but you're keeping the medallion or that
Right, this is
sign
in the window.
Oh.
Right, and this has been there, well, it was part of the interior construction, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is at about 4 feet, or at least maybe the bottom of the sign is about 4 feet off the sidewalk. Turning to the interior, so a few existing views within Starbucks' current space. This is looking back toward the mezzanine, and the front face of this mezzanine is actually included in the designation. And the line of designation carries to the back of these columns. So this is a HVAC enclosure, and then above that is a historic spandrel and grill, and then these non-historic windows, which I'll show you in greater detail, were added to the top of this, cutting into the stone and intersecting the drop beams here. You've seen this image. This is the partition that separates the 2/3 of the space and the 1/3 to the east. And then this is a view looking back toward Day Street. It's largely an open space. The historic counters and lights that were used as part of the original design of the space. And then this is a view looking to the west. Up at the mezzanine level, this is interior space of the mezzanine. It's not part of the designated space, but you can see this window. This is the window here, which was added to the top of the railing, cutting into the marble, and you can also see how it intersects the beams. Those windows would be removed. The stone and plaster finishes will be restored. On the other side of the roll-down gate in the wall, that's that wall and the roll-down gate. This is where there was a deli. This is looking out toward Day Street, looking back toward the mezzanine, and then this column has been enclosed or wrapped with a series of non-historic finishes. We're proposing a sign on that column largely because we think that the marble is probably in poor condition, and it's been located on that, so not to affect the historic finishes. This is an overall plan of the building from 1924. The building has a fascinating history that I won't talk much about, but it was built in 3 phases, and the first phase of construction was in 1912 to 1914, and basically included this space and a building entry. So it was this square volume, and on this site was George Post's Western Union building. The American Telephone and Telegraph Company merged with Western Union, and over the course of from 1912 to 1924 constructed the building that's on the site today. This was the first phase here. The second phase brought the building out to Broadway, and then the third phase was basically the northern half. And there's very interesting history about the uses, particularly in this main lobby space, but more topically, this space, which we're talking about today, was originally basically a telegraph office for AT&T. So there were counters here in line with these columns and benches, and it was an active place. There were telephone booths along the windows. This is the plan from 1964. This space, again, has been used for many different uses. It was a banking department for AT&T. In this 1964 plan, National City Bank had a branch bank in this space, and then subsequent to that, AT&T had its employment office. So it's had this sort of historic use, changing uses of sort of transactional, really sort of retail uses. This is an existing plan, again, so you can see where the existing Starbucks is in plan here, and then where the deli was in that dividing wall here. This is the wall that will be removed, and then an entry into the building lobby here, and then along Broadway and Fulton Street. And a detailed existing plan on the left and proposed plan. So in large part, this entire area, once that partition wall is removed, this will just be low furniture. There'll be movable chairs. There's a serving counter here that's set at about 3 feet. And then there's a piece of furniture in the window here also at about 3 feet. All of this furniture is sitting on the floor. It's not anchored to the floor. This needs to be plumbed. I'll talk about that in just a second. And then to really sort of serve the back of house purpose or functions of the space, there's a wall that's proposed that would just encroach past the back side of the column. So this wall is sort of just into the designated space. As you can see in this detail, the wall is designed so that it doesn't actually anchor to the columns, but wraps it. There's about a half-inch gap that will sort of be exposed so that we're not attaching to the historic cladding. And the spacing and position of this wall is important because of just the equipment that needs to be back there. This is only a 3-foot clearance between here and here, so it really dictates where this is. What's beyond it is basically just a stair and sort of building services. So it's not as if that wall is sort of blocking large-scale open double-height space views into the lobby. The RCP on the left is the existing and proposed on the right. There's a new chandelier that will match the other two at the ceiling, and some track lighting that will be anchored just to the flat plaster on the underside of the beams. Some other details of the lighting. An elevation looking out to the Day Street elevation. This is the new sign. It would be a lit sign to match this existing lit sign, and suspended from the soffit. It's 3 feet in diameter to, as I said, to match the existing, and then just furniture in the windows. Some decal signage on the doors going from the space to the lobby is illustrated on the right. Now looking back toward the mezzanine, the existing elevation above and the proposed below, again sort of opening up the mezzanine level. There'll be a simple clean glass guardrail behind that open railing for code purposes. Reconfiguring the diffusers in these drop soffits as they exist today, and then installing this counter here. There's a sign that's proposed to go onto this column. That's the column that I showed you earlier that has all the cladding on it. It has very modest lighting, so the star, this bar, and the R will actually have a low-level illumination to it. And then beyond that, sort of underneath the mezzanine, is that wall that you can see in plan. Now looking toward the west, no changes. There's a freestanding piece of casework that doesn't anchor to the wall or to the floor, and it's open in the back, so you'll see the stone finishes through it. Floor penetrations for the counters. We're proposing 2 floor drains here, and the idea here is to basically to salvage the existing stone, to try and remove the existing stone, store it off-site, or rather store it on-site but outside of the designated space, and install new stone. We have a very good match for the floor stone. So we would be proposing 2 new pieces of the Tennessee marble here and here, with 2 12-inch square floor drains to plumb the counter that's proposed here. This detail is actually some conduit that would be out of the space. Initially, we had thought we might need another penetration here, but we've been able to eliminate that from the scope. And just some simple renderings. So again, this dash line that you see in each of these images is where that large partition wall is today, and this all reveals this sort of wide open space now that will be part of the project. This is looking out toward Day Street. Looking back toward the counter with a sort of open mezzanine, and sort of unifying this whole space for the first time in a long time. Looking back into the space, this is now looking west. So the idea is to have a very open double height volume with low furniture elements at 3 to 4 feet. looking back toward the building entry and the lobby, and then back to the underside of the mezzanine. A series of details, I'm happy to go through those if you'd like. Maybe I'll just leave it at this image for questions.
Okay, yes, Michael.
There was an approval a couple of years ago for the rest of the retail space.
Right.
And there's a lot of signage involved in that. Is this signage that you're proposing here consistent with that signage?
Let me just go back to the plan just for, so Commissioner, what you're describing is really work that's been proposed for a storefront retail master plan for this space.
Right.
Because the spaces, you don't see them together really, the signage here is different and perhaps more modest. There's lit signage in each of the storefront windows that have been approved here. There's large-scale hanging signage from the soffits.
Right.
So it's, we sort of looked at this as a sort of distinct space.
I guess I remember that signage as being rather elaborate, but I'm thinking about the plaques on the exterior, the metal plaques.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any kind of language or permission involved in that would make your signage look aberrant or weird?
There was no exterior signage as part of the...
It was all under glass.
It was all right. It was all at the glass, sort of at the pedestrian level or above. So it's a bronze. It's obviously it's a yellow metal building, and so it's sort of consistent with the materials of the building, but it doesn't relate or contrast with anything that's been approved.
The second question is, I'm looking at LPC 16, the sections.
Yes.
It looks to me like, what did I say, 23. Is there anything is it possible to modify, the soffit to reduce its height? It looks like you've got this, yeah, I mean, it looks like you've got, it's like a drop.
Right.
The louver is not at the bottom of that drop.
Right.
There's no machinery in that drop.
Right. I hope so. We all hope so. Let me go to the photographs. What we haven't been able to do is extensive probes to see what the structure is in here. But the goal actually, and we've been looking at this ourselves. So we're talking about this element here. Right.
Yeah.
If there is not a beam that runs right at the base of this, I think our goal too is to raise that up. So it needs to house the air conditioning and ductwork. But if there's no structure, it can be shortened.
I mean, the fact that the register is at the top of it, and that your drop ceiling is considerably higher than it, would suggest that you might be able to do it.
But that would be our goal as well.
Okay, are there any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? There are no speakers. Community Board 1 recommends approval of this application. If we have no other questions, we can close the hearing. We'll move to comments. One thing I just want to say off the bat, I'm so happy that this opportunity came along for him to take what was sort of a compromised space and really bring it back to what was intended, which is one sort of contiguous interior space. So I really appreciate that. And otherwise, I think the changes that they're making in terms of the signage and the exterior, they're eliminating some of the signage which is most problematic, the 4 big plaques, and providing 2, and adding, I guess, another sort of suspended medallion in one window. I think it's fairly modest, and I can support that. And in the interior, I think that one issue I think Michael spoke about, which is the soffit and whether that can be reduced, and I'd be okay with asking the applicant to explore that with staff to reduce it to the extent possible. I think the other issue is really about the shelf and the fact that it sort of wraps around the column, which sort of encroaches into the interior space. But I think I could accept that as well. I think it's modest. I think these columns always sort of interfaced with furniture, including, I guess, not the tellers, but the desks in front, and it continues to have that. So I think I could support that as well. Yes, Michael?
I agree with you except for the plaques. I think that the exterior of the building is remarkable in its uniformity, and I think that if we haven't approved plaques on it, I think we shouldn't here. I mean, I think I'd be open, certainly not on the front face. I mean, I'd be open to something maybe on sides or more stuff in the windows, but I think that clearly the thing that jumps out at me when I look at the photos of the existing is how transgressive those plaques are now. And yes, it's better to have 2 than 4, but I think considering that we didn't approve any, I mean, the commission's vision for the ultimate state of the building is that there be no plaques on the rest of it. I don't see why it would be a good thing to have them here.
All right, well, I can't really speak to the vision of what the commission had for a master plan on the other tenant space. I wasn't here, I'm not sure whether that was part of the consideration or not. I think just my feeling is that they have these 4 plaques right now, and I guess they could just keep them, but this removal and reduction, both in size and number, I think is a better, it's just a better solution.
It's better than what's there now.
I guess the question is really, if you don't support that, they have the option of just keeping this, and
Yeah. Yes, that's true.
I mean, well, it's an interesting question whether plaques on, should there be plaques on landmarks to begin with, and for signage?
No, I think that varies by building.
It does vary by building.
I think that this building's remarkable and unusual in that it really doesn't have, you know, the kind of monumental entrance and then retail stuff that other buildings of its age have. It's got this kind of really firm uniformity of this colonnade that goes around all 3 sides of the building, even though it was developed over time. The uniformity, I think, is what makes it remarkable. And I think that if we can, I'd rather offer flexibility in providing signage of a different type that would keep it off the masonry, so that you could experience that colonnade as a uniformity as it was intended to be.
We might ask the question, the applicant is here, but my guess is that those signs are either going to stay or they're going to be reduced as according to what they asked for here today. They're not going to go away. That would be my guess, but we could ask.
What would we think about, you know, they have the pin-mounted lettering on the other condition. I'm wondering, Michael, if you think, I completely agree with what you're saying about the uniformity issue, but if in fact this is this not very happy choice, would pin-mounted letters rather than plaque work better here?
I think it would better, but I mean, I got to leave it up to the applicant.
Mounted letters just add to, they're just then more penetrations into the stone. It's right.
For sure. It might be better, but it's worse for the building.
And I would also just mention that there, you see that the identifier, the round plaque that says 195 Broadway, there are maybe 2 on the Broadway elevation as well. So there are, and I believe actually one of our landmarks plaques is also on that elevation.
So it's a building that, maybe, is that an original, the 195, or is that Broadway? That's not, much later. Okay, so I guess there's a history of non-historic plaques on the windows, I mean, on the facade. I'm okay with the...
Isn't the problem
small and modest.
Isn't the problem that they could just leave the 3 of the 4 that are there? Obviously, they'll take off the deli plaque, but we can't really make them...
Right, and I think that, you know, it's sort of a balancing act as well, which is you could put more signage in the windows, but I know that sometimes we've shied away from that as well. So, you know, this seems to be very understated. It's at a lower level. I don't think it's going to detract from the rhythm of the columns. All right, any commissioners okay with this? Is that, okay. All right, okay,
Yes. In the matter of 195 Broadway, the American Telephone and Telegraph Company building, an individual and interior landmark. It's a neoclassical style office building designed by William Wells Bosworth and built in the phases from 1912 to 1922 with a monumental classical style interior. And the applications to construct interior partitions, replace doors, and install interior and exterior signage, interior power and plumbing connections, and light fixtures. I note that the American Telephone and Telegraph building is designated as both an individual and an interior designated landmark, and that the building and lobby were constructed in phases between 1912 and 1922. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed exterior signage will be installed at plain masonry in the location of existing plaques at the primary facade, reutilizing existing penetrations to the extent possible, and at modern stucco cladding of a secondary facade, and therefore will have a minimum effect on historic materials and will not obscure or cause damage to any significant architectural features. That the bronze signage letters will be installed in conjunction with the removal of existing signage at a simply designed and secondary lot line facade, and will be non-illuminated, simply detailed, well-scaled to their location, and set back from the primary southern facade of the building. That the exterior plaques will be simply designed, small in scale in relation to the facade, and will utilize a material and finish which is in keeping with the historical material and finish palette of the building. That the proposed lettering at the display windows and doors and the interior illuminated pendant will be small in size in relation to the windows and typical emplacement. That the interior bronze sign will be installed in front of plain masonry, feature only a small amount of backlit lettering, and be anchored only to the already damaged portion of the masonry column. That the cumulative effect of the proposed exterior and interior signage in conjunction with the existing will not significantly reduce the amount of transparency at the windows and doors, overwhelm the interior designated space or exterior facades, or detract from any of the special architectural features of the building. That the placement of the proposed full-height partitions near the rear of the large historic columns and beneath the existing modern HVAC enclosures will not significantly diminish the perception of a void between the columns when seen from the designated interior. That while the proposed work will include the installation of new partitions, the partitions will only be installed at the perimeter of the designated space, which, in conjunction with the removal of modern partition that currently divides the designated space, will support and enhance the open quality of the historic lobby. That the simple design of the partitions and their neutral finishes, which are darker than the finishes of the piers, will further help them to recede from view. That the wood bar counter and tables will be simply designed and low in height and feature materials and finishes which will be harmonious with the designated interior. That the proposed pendant light fixtures are simply designed and match the existing pendant light fixtures. The proposed track lighting fixtures will be modest in size, simply designed, installed in plain plaster, and finished to blend in with the surrounding context, thereby helping them remain a discrete presence. That the proposed clear glass railing set behind the historic metalwork at the mezzanine level will maintain a sense of transparency through the historic railing without drawing undue attention to itself, and that the new floor penetrations will be limited to the minimum amount necessary, and where possible, marble removed from these installations will be retained for future reinstallation, and that they'll work with staff to see if they can minimize the soffit height.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, one opposed. This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item number 4. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness of the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 178550. This is 88 Perry Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. It's a vernacular-style apartment house designed by R.G. Hatfield and constructed in 1866 to 68. The application is to legalize the installation of a tiled wall mural without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good morning, Commissioners. Karina Bishop, Preservation Staff. The application before you is 88 Perry Street, located at the corner of Bleecker and Perry Streets in Greenwich Village. The application consists of legalization of the tiled mural on the Perry Street facade, which was installed without permits in the early 1970s. Harris Smith is here to present.
Thank you, Karina. I will try to be as fast as possible. I know that many people are very familiar with this mural. This mural is a Spanish azulejo tile mural installed by the building's owner in the early 1970s. This building was built in 1868. It's a vernacular building. Here we've got the LPC designation photo from the 60s. We see in the location of the mural a piece of advertising, and before that, on the facade, on the upper facade, we see advertising also. So historically, this area of the facade has been used, has had a visual presence. Here we have the photos and a progression. This application for legalization comes after a full facade renovation, which included full window replacement, lintel sill replacement, full repointing and repainting of the entire building. This tile mural was installed by Manuel Jimenez, who was the building's owner until his death a few years ago. He cared so much about this building that it takes a good portion of his obituary talking about his love of the building. This mural was installed in the early 70s, approximately a few years after designation of Greenwich Village. This Spanish azulejo tile mural came from the Spanish tile house, Mensaque and Rodriguez, a famous tile house from Seville that closed its doors in 2006. So this piece of tile work represents a long tradition and maybe one of the only pieces in America. As a part of the history of this tile, and the mural specifically, this mural represents a vestige of the Spanish cultural presence of Little Spain in the village, which extended from Christopher Street to 23rd Street. I think it's important to note that this Little Spain precipitously declined the presence of Spaniards precipitously declined in the 70s and 80s. So really this is one of the last remaining vestiges of the Spanish presence in the village. Now the Spanish Benevolent Society, which was also founded in 1868, supports the legalization of this mural as well as the Perry Street Block Association. There have been several alterations of tile and picturesque designs and alterations specifically in the early 20th century. So this tile mural is a continuation of the historical alterations throughout the West Village and Greenwich Village. Some of these examples are the lower facade at 11 Cornelia, the full building tile work and stucco at 39th Road, and the Mews at East 8th Street, which we can see a little bit more in detail here, and specifically the tile work throughout. One other precedent, a modern precedent, is the spontaneous artwork, let's say, that has also popped up throughout the East and West Village. Here we see at 190 Broadway, or 190 Bowery, which the commission approved retaining the graffiti, and Tiles for America, which hopefully will return in its location where the ventilation plant, MTA ventilation, now is currently being erected. So in conclusion, we request that the commission vote to legalize this application, as it is historically and culturally significant contribution to the picturesque quality of the West Village. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Fred?
When was the tile installed?
In the early 70s, we don't have an exact date. I was able to, through old deed records, this building was bought at the state. Through old deed records, I was able to find...
So it's been there since 1972?
Approximately.
Okay.
Yes, Diana? I just wondered if the head over the tile, was that installed at the same time, or?
It was,
The piece that's over the...
it was,
Was it part of the installation?
we can see the
I assume so.
80s, I believe, we can see a portion of it. There were a few carriage lanterns on either side also. Those have been removed. So
Yeah, we're just curious what the original installation looked like, so to speak.
I believe so.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Sarah Bean Appman?
Morning, Commissioners. Sarah Bean Attman of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. GVSHP strongly supports the application for the legalization of the tile mural at 88 Perry Street. This beloved fixture in the Greenwich Village Historic District has developed a significance in its own right for a variety of reasons. First, it references the area's history as Little Spain, the largest Spanish enclave in New York at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. Secondly, the artwork of this tile ensemble, manufactured by Fabrica Mensaje Rodriguez y Compañía S.A. in Seville, Spain, is the only one known of its kind in the West Village. Thirdly, it was commissioned by Manuel Jimenez, forgive me, I haven't taken Spanish since high school, owner of El Rastro in a Spanish antique shop at 88 Perry Street for many years. Finally, over the years, this beautiful mural has become a charming feature in the village, enjoyed by residents and tourists alike for almost 50 years. We look forward to continue this enjoyment for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. No, I completely agree with the testimony. It has, in fact, become significant unto itself, and I'd be happy to legalize this.
And someday we will be debating whether it can be removed by someone. And it will have become a cultural artifact, so.
Diana, do you want to?
Sure, thank you. Okay, in the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, 88 Perry Street, Greenwich Village Historic District. Application is to legalize the installation of a tiled wall mural without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the mural is located at an area of plain, undecorated masonry on the secondary Perry Street facade, and therefore the installation did not eliminate or conceal any significant architectural features. That the installation fits neatly within the existing arch-headed indentation in the facade, and therefore does not overwhelm this facade's composition. That the mural is modestly scaled and does not detract from the residential character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. That the presence in the mural reflects the history of the artistic and immigrant communities within the Greenwich Village Historic District and complements existing artwork and picturesque alterations found within the district. And that the work has cultural significance and enhances the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item number 5. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 180436. This is 353 6th Avenue, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a brick row house built in 1829. The application is to replace the storefront infill, construct a rooftop addition, and modify the rear facade.
Here's Caroline King, from the Preservation Department. The application has three parts. The first part concerns the storefront, which will be replaced. You should note that the proposed storefront would meet the rules, except that it is a metal storefront, and our rules require that a building, the 19th century building, would have to have a wood storefront. And then the second part of the proposal is for the construction of, for cutting back the rear facade and then creating a new rear facade
it will not be visible from the street. And the third part is a rooftop addition, which will be minimally visible, and the applicant, Cass Stackelberg, will walk you through the presentation.
Thank you, Kelly. Cass Stackelberg, Express Barton Partners, here with Christian Washko from DXA Studios and our client, Allison Grishman from Icon Realty. Let me go back and start at the beginning. A site plan, this is a building located in the Greenwich Village Historic District. It fronts onto Avenue of the Americas between Washington Place and 4th Street. As Caroline was describing, part of the scope of work actually is for a new storefront. When our client purchased the building about a year ago, they inherited 2 landmarks violations for the storefront infill. So part of the work obviously is addressing that, and we're taking a restorative approach, as Caroline said, all but for the materiality. The project does have 3 components, but there's a 4th I think that's significant to note, and that's a facade restoration program. This fire escape, which was added in 1907 when there were significant changes to the building made, that will be removed. The brick masonry will be restored. The windows will be replaced with new wood windows, and across the ground floor, the storefront will be new, and the cast iron columns, which are now obscured, will be exposed. There's a modest rooftop addition, and then work in the rear yard that really is driven by building code requirements for residential use, ironically. These are some photographs of the ground floor, the results of the probes. You can see this cladding has been removed and the cast iron columns do remain, so those will be exposed and restored as part of the project. The back of the building dates to 1907, or just after 1907. The building itself was built in the 1820s as a row of federal-style row houses, and has seen significant changes over the years. In 1907, the back of the building was pushed out 24 feet. The interiors was reconfigured, and these shutters and window openings were created. Part of our proposal is to push the building back to allow actually for legal residential use again, but we're going to salvage the shutters and reinstall them on the back of the new elevation. Some photos looking west across the roof. This is the piece, the sort of extended piece off the back, and then this is looking toward 6th Avenue, toward the front of the building. You can see there's no front parapet to the roof. Some historic photographs, first from 1926. We've used these photos, particularly the next one from 1937, to really guide us in the storefront restoration. We're proposing a metal and glass storefront, very thin profiles, paneled bulkheads, recessed door. And we've used these photos for guidance. Turning to the back of the building, just to give you a little bit of documentation, this is the earliest map we have. This shows you the area or footprint of the original row house. This is an 1852 map. By 1859, it had a one-story extension off the back. And then by 1911, and supported by the 1907 alterations record, the back of the building was taken off and it was pushed out 24 feet for loft use, light manufacturing use inside the building. In addition, in that application, it describes reconstructing the building stairs. So the building has changed significantly, both on the inside, the back, and the exterior, and the ground floor has changed significantly as well. And so we have an existing elevation on the left and a proposed elevation on the right, illustrating the new storefront, the roof, and the facade restoration. And with that, I'll have Kristen take you through the design.
So Cass already walked you through many of the existing conditions, so I'll just jump to the proposed. Moving kind of from the bottom up, we have the storefront restoration, which I'll review in later slides in a bit more detail. We are proposing to strip the non-historic paint off of the front facade, and you'll notice in the existing conditions on the left, the windows are very inconsistent in terms of size, configuration, not matching the historic finish. So our proposal is to install new 2/2 wood double-hung windows at the front. Finished would be to match the storefront. The existing cornice at the top of the building is in fairly good condition. It will require a bit of restoration, and we are proposing the finish of that to match the storefront and windows as well. And then you can see at the top our proposed penthouse addition. It's important to note that this is actually set back about 22 feet from the front of the building, which allows for minimal visibility, and we'll go through some visibility studies later in the presentation. At the rear facade, as Cass mentioned, we are taking effort to maintain, basically salvage and restore those metal shutters, which do have some historic character. As when we move the building back, we're also kind of replicating the arched brick lintels over the windows to maintain some of that character as well. The setback allows for a terrace at the second floor, and so we're proposing 2 new sliding glass doors out to the terrace and a glass railing at the rear as well. And then you can see the addition up at the roof. There's also a enclosed mechanical screened area to conceal some mechanical equipment that needs to be located up on the roof. So the existing section on the left and the proposed section on the right shows a little bit more clearly what we're doing up at the roof and at the rear. In order to convert back to residential use, it's required that we be 15 feet away from any adjacent building structures. So in order to do that, we actually had to move the rear facade back 5 feet to get proper light and air in. And then, as you can see, the existing roof slopes quite significantly from the front of the building back to about 2/3 of the way. And our proposal actually levels the roof at its lowest point. And this allows us to minimize visibility of the front railing, the front glass railing, which is required per code. And the existing cornice actually serves to kind of block the view from the street of the railing. And then we've set back the penthouse addition about 22 feet, as you can see from the front, and about 30 feet from the rear in order to minimize visibility. The floor plans we can come back to if there are questions regarding them, but I'll kind of run through them fairly quickly. You can see the recessed commercial entry at the storefront, inspired by the historic images. On the second floor, you can see the existing and proposed, and that we're setting back that 5 feet to allow for the terrace on the rear and proper light and air. It continues up through the 3rd floor, the 4th floor. And then up at the roof, you can see the street facade of the building is a bit angled, and so the setback of the roof addition ranges from 21 foot to 22'4" at the front, and you can see that glass railing located about 6 feet from the front of the building. So the storefront, we did unearth through probes 3 cast iron columns that do appear to be historic, and so they are in fairly poor condition. We propose to restore them and paint them to match the rest of the new storefront. And much of the detail for this storefront was taken from the historic catalogs that we reviewed to give us a sense of profiles, details. We are proposing a metal storefront for this. And the plan detail just gives you a little bit more information about the existing cast iron columns and how the storefront is interfacing with that, the recessed entry. The wood windows along the front, as I said, will be installing new wood double-hung windows. When we strip the paint from the front facade, we will see if the stone, sill, and lintel existing are in need of any restoration, and we'll do that as needed. At the rear, similarly, we'll be salvaging those metal shutters, as I mentioned, reconstructing the arched brick lintel, and placing a stone sill to match the historic condition. Some detail elevations of the rooftop bulkheads. You can see this ladder that's required for fireman access from the front of the building to the rear of the building, and that's kind of the highest point on the rooftop addition. And as you can see, we've reduced the size of the penthouse to kind of be the minimal possible for usable space. So we have tried to be very cognizant of minimalizing visibility, but still providing our client with usable space up at the penthouse. So the visibility studies that I'll walk you through, just to kind of orient you on the page, in the upper left-hand corner on all of these pages, This is the existing condition as it is today. Directly below that is a photo taken from the same viewpoint with the mock-up. Up in the upper right-hand corner, we just took that same photograph and zoomed in. Since it is minimally visible, it's a little bit hard to see without zooming in on some of the studies. And then directly below that is the same photograph with the mock-up just rendered, so you can see how it would look with the materials that we're proposing. So the view from right across the street on 6th Avenue, you can see that the only portion of the rooftop addition that is visible is that fireman's ladder that's required, and then it's just about 2 or 3 feet of the upper wickets that extend beyond the roof of the addition. The view from West 4th Street is actually just to confirm that it is not visible from West 4th Street. We took kind of the most extreme view and confirmed that it's not visible. From Washington Place, we do have minimal visibility. We chose in the materiality of the rooftop addition and in considering the visibility of it, that it does fall within some of the context of the block. There are a number of rooftop additions, chimneys, and flues that are present on pretty much all of the buildings across the street. And so we chose a lighter color metal cladding to kind of blend in as much as possible with those additions. And then moving up 6th Avenue, you can see we do have another minimally visible view. You can actually only really tell on the zoomed in image in the upper right-hand corner portion of the penthouse is visible from that viewpoint. And then I just have some materials so that you can see the colors that we're proposing to match, which I'll pass around. The darker color will be used for the storefront, the cornice, the windows, and the railings. And then the lighter color is the metal cladding at the penthouse. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Fred?
Perhaps the facade restoration is not before us because it's staffed, is that right?
Staffed.
But are the windows being narrowed?
No. The openings are not being changed.
They're not. All right, the scales then are different, the proportions look strange. Okay. I thought she said that they were.
So there are 2 windows that appear to have been enlarged, and there are these 2 windows. And so we are just proposing to make it consistent across the board. So we're only changing the size of those 2 windows.
Okay. That enlarging is in the 1926 photo, so your archaeology has determined that the originals were actually smaller.
So that dates to the 1907 installation of the fire escape, and I think it's probably about getting clear out onto the
Yeah. The other question is, if you're going to the wonderful trouble to make wood windows above, why not do the right thing below and make a wood storefront?
So I think it's a little bit a matter of just the kind of the extensive restoration that we're doing. We're still going through kind of pricing exercises and talking to manufacturers, but it seems that the metal will be a bit easier to construct, more affordable for our client, that will allow us to take the steps to put some money into restoring the building.
Can I also just sort of put this in terms of the sort of history of the building, because I think this is relevant. So as I mentioned, the building has changed quite a bit.
Right.
The storefront that shows up in the 1920s is a metal storefront. And while this building was constructed in the 1820s, 1830s, it really, in large part, other than, well, the second and third floor, really is a 1900s building. So I think one of the things that a metal storefront allows us to do is actually to get very slender profiles, which is sort of consistent with some of those historic photos. So I think while it doesn't meet the rules, the building is not really a 19th century building so much anymore. So we think a metal storefront is actually can be appropriate both in terms of the detailing that's allowable, but also sort of consistent with the rest of the changes that have occurred before.
And then one final question. Why is there that thin vertical mullion right to the left of the door?
So that's actually happening where we recess the storefront for the commercial entry. So as you can see, the one that you're seeing is just the door enclosure to get a proper door coming in, and then that's the other vertical that you're seeing there.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the storefront infill and rooftop addition to be very sensitive and is glad to see that the metal shutters on the upper floors of the rear facade will be restored. However, our committee felt that the second or bottom floor of the rear scheme lacks consistency with the quality of the rest of the design. The rear facade's three-bay rhythm of punched openings should be maintained throughout in order to avoid an awkward resolution on the bottom floor. We also fear that punching large holes into the bottom of this historic masonry wall might be dangerous to the structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? You get a chance to respond. Okay. Community Board 1 recommends approval of this application. And yes, please, if you'd like to respond.
We just wanted to, in putting the sliding glass doors, just to provide some additional daylighting and terrace access, which wouldn't be possible in replicating the windows on the wall. So we were just being sensitive to the daylighting needs.
Okay.
And also the wall's being pushed back, so it's not the historic wall. The wall's being pushed back as well, so it's not that.
Okay. Any other questions? We can close the hearing.
Sorry.
Yes.
So what is the metal of the metal facade, and is it painted? Is it painted? It's paint. The storefront metal is, what kind of metal is it? Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, so we can close the hearing. Comments? Does anybody have any issues? Okay, I think it's great they're doing this restorative work in the front of the building, and I think the changes at the rear are also appropriate. It remains in brick, and while we had some testimony about having larger windows at the lower levels, I think that's not going to be seen, and I think I appreciate that they're reusing the shutters as well. Okay. Kim?
Yes. In the matter of 353 6th Avenue, Greenwich Village Historic District, application is to replace storefront infill, construct a rooftop addition, and modify the rear facade. I note that the building style, scale, and materials and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the removal of the existing storefront infill awning and cladding will eliminate features that detract from the historic and architectural character of the building, that the new storefront design will expose and incorporate historic cast iron columns, that the new metal storefront infill with paneled bulkhead, recessed entrance, and large show windows and with transoms is in keeping with the configuration, details, and finish of the storefront infill historically found on this building, on buildings of this age and style, that the construction of the rooftop addition will not result in damage to or demolition of significant historic fabric at the roof, that although the glass and metal penthouse will be minimally visible from points north and south, it will be set back approximately 21 and a half feet from the primary elevation and will be seen at a distance in conjunction with other rooftop mechanical equipment, and will be finished in a neutral gray metal cladding and will therefore not call undue attention to itself. That the cutting back of the rear wall by approximately 5 feet and rebuilding with brick to match, incorporating salvaged and restored metal shutters will maintain the significant historic fabric, and that the work will not diminish the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Greenwich Village Historic District.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item number 6, an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 160170. This is 25 Bleecker Street, located within the Noho East Historic District. This is an altered multiple dwelling originally built circa 1830 and altered in 1984. The application is to demolish the building and construct a new building.
Updated finding and engineer's report. Updated findings. We have it.
Good morning, Commissioners. Emma Waterley, Preservation Staff. The item before you is for 25 Bleecker Street in the Noho East Historic District. The building is located mid-block on the north side of the street between Bowery and Lafayette Street. For your reference, the historic photograph is on the left-hand side of the screen, and the existing conditions are in the center of the screen. This proposal is to demolish the existing building and construct a new 6-story building with a setback penthouse. This is illustrated on the right-hand side of the screen. Some commissioners may remember a proposal for this property which came forward in 2014 to redesign the front facade and install new storefront infill. However, this is an entirely new proposal. The applicants are here to further discuss the proposal and answer your questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Frederick A. Becker. I'm the attorney working as an assistant in this project, which eventually, just as a point of reference, will go before the Board of Standards Appeals for use and small bulk variance in the rear yard. This project, as discussed, did come before the Commission previously. Since that time, further discussion, investigation, as will be discussed in greater detail by the architect, has shown this to be a building that is structurally needs to be rebuilt basically from the ground up. The discussion whether to replace it with the existing 4-story building versus a 6-story building, which is appropriate for the size and scale of the primarily commercial manufacturing area, as also been shown by the architect later, is appropriate in size and scale, and it is traditionally not the purview or not the position of the board in past to commission in the past to create structures of a scale that may not be appropriate in a Disneyland type situation. We think this is an appropriate reuse of space, is contextually appropriate, is smaller than the 9-story building, certainly to the rear, and even to the building to the right of us, or left. And therefore, we request your support in this application. Thank you very much.
I'm Michael Haviland, architect for the project. And as Fred mentioned, the middle image shows the proposal from 2014. You can also reference a report book from our structural engineer, Kristen Astos, and images of the existing structure that is deteriorated on page 74 and 75 of the appendix, which we can come back to later. As you recall, or for those of you that are not familiar, basically the entire existing facade has no historic fabric. Fortunately, though, 2 historic elements remain, which are these cast iron pilasters that were original to the building. We intend to restore them if possible. They're in pretty bad shape. If we can't restore them, we will replicate them exactly, and we use them as the design inspiration to organize the facade of the commercial storefront. We also conducted this overlay where we took the facade figure ground from the 1940s tax photo and overlaid it on the existing condition, showing that the opening sizes have been modified, the materials have been modified, and the storefront has been radically modified since these. And most of that work was done in 1984. So we believe it's a non-contributing facade to the context of Bleecker Street. So taking a step back and analyzing what do we do if the entire structure is so deteriorated and the facade is not contributing, we looked at tall, slender buildings in the district. There are additional precedents in the appendix starting on page 41, but these are 6 samples that I think represent the best examples of tall, narrow buildings. There's things that are common between all of them that inspired us. Of course, the commercial storefront and ideally continuing the storefront commercial datum. The middle part of the building typically has rows of large loft-like windows divided by a spandrel. Sometimes that's terracotta, sometimes it's metal. Typically, it is a different material from the bricks around that articulates the middle floors. And then the upper floors are typically articulated with smaller openings, punched openings, and then, of course, a cornice that's appropriate for this scale of building. So our proposal basically takes the same principles of the continuing the storefront ban, storefront mostly of steel and glass. We are committed to using steel windows because not only do they have a better texture, level of detail and finesse, and relate more to the historic industrial manufacturing character of this district, but it's a better combination with the existing cast iron pilasters that are so important for us to restore and draw from. The middle floors then have a tripartite division consistent with other tall buildings in the neighborhood. There's a prevalence of double-hung windows in the district, which we also show in historic photographs in the appendix. We have the brick facade as the primary material, steel windows with a steel spandrel that emphasizes the horizontal and makes a distinction between the brick frame. Then 3 punched openings at the top in the brick facade and a cornice that's appropriate to the scale of the building. We intentionally did not make the building the full allowable 85-foot high street wall to try to minimize the scale, but also to give this proposed building autonomy relative to the building next door and relate more to the height of 1519 Bleecker down the street. As you can see, too, it's important to look at the broader context of the entire street, of both sides between Bowery and Lafayette, because there is a prevalence of much larger loft-like buildings on both sides of the street. In fact, the majority of the buildings are larger, which is, of course, consistent with the manufacturer zoning and the mixed-use zoning and the zoning that's been in place for over 100 years. Some perspective views that show the building organization show its comfortable relationship to this existing loft building. We intentionally chose a brick that was a little bit darker, more of a khaki, so it didn't compete with the buff color brick of this loft building or other loft buildings in the district. We chose a darker kind of charcoal color for the storefront. And there was a great comment from our last presentation to kind of retain some of the gritty character of this district and of this neighborhood to reference its manufacturing heritage, and that's sort of why we went with the darker color storefront with the lighter color upper floors. And we also wanted the brick sample, which you see here, to not, in fact, look too new. We sort of liked the fact it was a little muddy, a little gray, as if it had been there and weathered a little bit over time. So as you can see, for the storefront, those important historic pilasters organized and really set the tone for the entire vocabulary of the storefront. We have 2 entrances because we have the commercial floors and then we have the residential or loft spaces entrance. So we wanted to articulate the bays of those 2 entrances and then have a larger steel and glass window in the middle. The 2 pilasters that we're restoring or replicating if we have to also inspired an abstraction of that as a pier to separate the storefront entrances. We didn't want to copy it exactly because we didn't want to diminish the importance of the level of detail of the cast iron, original cast iron piers, and we also therefore set them back from the plane of the pilasters so that they didn't compete. And so what reads are the pilasters, the sign band with cove lighting as the beam, and then the rest of the facade is set back to different degrees, basically to create that kind of depth and solidity of great historic buildings and use the articulation of the different planes to create shadow lines and subtle interest on the storefront facade. And we followed those same principles with the upper windows. We're committed to using steel windows. There's a sample here again because we just feel that the texture and the level of detail is appropriate for this kind of building in this context. We set them back 8 inches or essentially a full brick, so we get that shadow line and sort of express the building's substance. The steel spandrels are in the same plane as the brick and emphasize the horizontality, and intentionally, the sills and the lintels are yet again in another plane to create that visual interest with the shadow. They also have exposed fasteners, which again adds that nice level of historic detail. These are just basically drawings that show all the details that were worked out, the commitment to, full bricks, obviously, on the facade. We are proposing exposed leaders, because there were exposed leaders in the tax photo, and we also like the idea of having some kind of joint or reveal between our building and the building next door, but one that's appropriate for the scale of our tall building, not just, a 1-inch gap. So there we see that exposed leader, which would also be the darker color, more plan details, steel windows with which you're familiar. And we're able to, even in the curved portions, get thermally broken steel windows. It's great. The glass storefront, which is basically the same as what we presented in 2014. The top floor cornice, it's an abstraction of historic cornices. We proposed this being steel, even though typically they're wood or sometimes metal, but we thought it was important to remain consistent with the rest of the materials and the texture and the patina of the steel that we're proposing to use in the rest of the building. But the rhythm and the scale is drawn from other cornices in the district. So importantly, and we mentioned this in the beginning, the rear facade has been altered over time and has been deteriorated and is in very, very poor condition. In fact, our structural engineer in the report strongly recommends replacement of this facade. You can see that the brick was covered in stucco, and so whatever brick is remaining behind the stucco is deteriorated and damaged. Openings have changed. There's a new addition. The roof is different. There are mechanical penetrations, which has led to a lot of water damage. And you can also see in this photograph, but also in an axonometric that will show that the federal-style roof line of this house has already been altered in the neighboring buildings too. So there's not really a consistency to the row of buildings in the rear facade. And of course, it's not visible from any public thoroughfare. So we did a similar diagram that we did on the front facade to basically just show how much of the rear facade has been altered and what, if any, of the original building remains. We also highlight here some of the structural issues from the report, from the engineer's report, which I summarized already. So our rear facade, we propose to retain a kind of tripartite natural division of punched window openings. In the rear, we bring the same brick from the front to the back, keep the openings pretty regular. The lot line elevation, because there are other examples of stucco, it seemed to be the most appropriate material. Important details to us, like wrapping the brick around to express the sort of depth of the facade. None of the mechanical equipment is visible from the street. Here are some photographs of the condition of the roof, this shed that was added over time, the condition of the garden. Here's an axonometric of the rear with the extension that was added later. These are the adjacent row houses. So the building itself is a one-off in this context in terms of its form. And this is the proposed massing. In the rear facade, we would like to extend it back to the setback and are requesting a slight relief, but it would not proceed past the elevation of the existing extension in the rear lot. And also, in this district, it's allowed to have the first 2 floors go back all the way to the lot line. There's a diagram on page 66 that shows most of the rear yards of our block are in fact already built out to the rear lot line, so that's not something atypical that we're proposing. The floor plates are, again, we are extending them out to just behind the facade of the extension for basically loft spaces. And of course have to add an elevator. The section showing the use, it's basically a duplex, simplex, and triplex above 2 floors of commercial, retail, or restaurant. This axonometric is important because it shows that not only is our building comfortable in the context of all the tall buildings in the area, but many buildings on Bond Street are significantly taller. We've tagged from the certificates of occupancy the heights of adjacent buildings to understand them. And this aerial photograph shows the same thing, that the big buildings across the street, the large, taller buildings in this part of the block. So the district is one district, but the block itself really has 2 parts. Another view of our building in context. We also did, because there are several tall, narrow buildings in the district, a height to width analysis. We're a little limited because our lot is 20 feet, which is narrower than most of them, but we tried to remain similar in proportion to other slender buildings in the district. And we also studied the exact scale of other windows, the prevalence of double-hung windows, and as you can see, our window is appropriate in scale, and also studied the organization, which informed our tripartite. And again, more examples of the prevalence of double-hung windows. And if you'd like, I can explain some more images from the appendix, but they're probably better there just as reference. We conducted shadow studies to show that this building has minimal impact, if any, on any of the rear yards or adjacent buildings.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Fred?
On the first floor, well, you're proposing restaurant use, I guess. Don't you have to provide accessible entrance in the building?
Yes, the doors are at street level, and then in that plan, we have around, the stair wraps around left. So the entrances are at street level.
So there's a lift in the middle.
Right, and so and that's actually, historically, it's been a split level commercial, and we're keeping that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah,
Yes, John?
I don't know if this is the appropriate time. My question's for Emma, actually. I don't want to know whether the staff agrees that the building, in its current condition, requires demolition.
Okay, so why don't we take testimony, and then
Okay.
and then we can come back to that, and she can speak to that issue. All right, so Sarah Menahan. Each person will be given 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning again. Sarah B. Atman, Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. GVSHP opposes the demolition of 25 Bleecker Street. 25 Bleecker is one of a very special row of altered but nevertheless identifiable federal houses on the easternmost block of Bleecker Street. This federal, among the most altered, it nevertheless is evocative of the area's early history when the streets were lined with early 19th century row houses. The grouping of 25 Bleecker Street, along with numbers 7, 11, 13, 21, and 23, is one of 2 surviving notable concentrations of federal houses in the Noho East Historic District, the other being along Bowery. This proposed demolition and new building would eradicate any trace of the existing federal building and eliminate a piece of rare and varied ensemble on Bleecker Street. Having already received approval for the alteration of the existing building and now seeking to remove it entirely makes one wonder if in fact the demolition of this circa 1830 row house was not the intention all along. Part of the existing building's significance is in its scale, referencing its original use and history of the area. Therefore, it is imperative that above all else this scale be maintained and that any further changes to the facade be respectful of the building and the street's history. Thank you.
Thank you. Zella Jones?
I've delivered a couple of pages of a page of testimony and a map, and I'd appreciate you looking at the Google aerial map of this area. The applicant has studiously ignored the eastern side of Bleecker Street, and I think that map can show you the scale and the lot sizes and the rear yards of all the buildings on Bleecker east of 25 and all the buildings on Bond Street east of 45. Dear Commission, Noho Valley Stakeholders is a nonprofit community benefit organization representing more than 350 owners, residents, merchants, and institutions in Noho and along the western edge of Bowery. The majority of our members are associated with buildings in the 3 Noho landmark districts. We ask your denial of this application. In the Noho East Designation Report of 2003, the Commission noted that this building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of Noho East Historic District. We believe that that is no less true today, and that the unwarranted destruction of this building and its proposed replacement design violates the integrity of the remaining mid-19th century live-work buildings still extant on the north side of Bleecker Street from number 1 to number 25. The attached aerial map illustrates this point. Replacing this building with a 7-story structure is opportunism in the extreme. As stakeholders in this neighborhood, we wish to remind the LPC that we have submitted many applications, 4 of them on this very block within the last 2 years, to restore and repair our buildings to LPC-approved standards at no small expense. And there have been buildings among them that have not been structurally sound, namely 36 Bleecker and 383 Lafayette up the street, that have been restored and not demolished. We ask the Commission to respect that commitment and investment. We urge the Commission to deny this proposal and to guide the owner and the architect towards a much more contextual restoration.
Thank you. Christian Kuipers? Christian.
Good morning. I'm here with, on behalf of the 2123 Bleecker Street Corporation. We're the building right next door.
I'm Fitzgerald.
Dear Commissioners, on behalf of the 2123 Bleecker Street Owners Corporation, I'm writing regarding the landmarks application of 25 Bleecker Street. The application before the committee is to get approval to demolish the existing 3-story residential building and replace it with a much taller 6-story commercial building plus penthouse addition. The application also shows a structure that is much deeper than the existing condition, a new building with its bottom 2 floors built out all the way to the lot line and with a terrace on top of the 2nd level and balconies up the exterior. We would like to make the following points in support of rejecting this application. The LPC has previously reviewed this application for facade design only. The application claims that the building is structurally unsound and therefore needs to be demolished. We are highly skeptical of this as the property has had regular tenants and activity prior to its last filing and up to the present, 2015. In their previous application to landmarks, the developer did not call this out as a consideration. One of 25 Bleecker Street's previous owners was also a member of our co-op, and there has never been any mention of the building lacking structural integrity. Replacing a 3-story residential building with a 7-story commercial building, particularly of this design, is inappropriate to the landmarked historic character of the north side of this section of Bleecker Street. Allowing this new building to be constructed would severely impact the unique 19th century federal-style live-work built environment that can currently be seen in a continuous stream from number 25 Bleecker to 1 Bleecker Street at the Bowery. In addition, the extension of the building and the bottom 2 floors all the way to the lot line severely impacts the amount of light and space available to residents. Of particular concern is the commercial nature of the street-level space, which would have a terrace directly adjacent to neighboring residents' windows. The potential for additional noise and smell pollution and other impact of commercial activity in the space, such as potential restaurants or bar, are severe. As neighbors, we would wish to remind the LPC that we have all submitted applications to restore or repair our buildings to landmark standards at no small expense. As a co-op, we are currently involved in a careful restoration of the 2123 Bleecker Street facade and some of the interior spaces. We respectfully ask that the Commission respect our commitment and investment and help us maintain the historic residential character of our already besieged block. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to speak?
Just to say that I'm a part of this and very much in support of what's been said. And I guess my question, one question I have if the building were structurally truly unsound and needed to be taken down, would it still be considered unsound by the developer if it needed to only be built back to its current size? Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Sullivan?
Hello, Chris Sullivan, 36 Bleecker Street. We came to the neighborhood in 2012 because of its historic charm. We spent a great deal of time and effort researching the history and architecture of the neighborhood in order to bring the building back to its original state of the 1880s. We spent great quantities of money and time meeting the standards required, including rebuilding the parapet walls and arch windows that needed to be rebuilt and reinforced. We've spent a great deal of love and energy in helping bring our property back to its original state, and in doing so, restoring the historic fabric and essence of the neighborhood. We do not believe it's appropriate replacing the 3-story building with a newly designed 7-story building. As neighbors, we wish to remind the LPC that we have submitted applications to restore and repair our building to LPC standards at no small expense. We ask that the Commission respect our commitment and investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends denial of this application to demolish the building, and if the existing building is demolished, that the front facade of the replacement building should remain identical to the version approved in March 2014. And I believe that was for a 3-story building, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. All right. Do we have any questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. Emma, do you want to just speak to the issue of the structure itself and whether we feel we have adequate information to make a determination?
From what staff has seen, there does seem to be some deterioration. The applicants have provided the engineer's report that came to us last week, and I don't know if we fully have reviewed it.
Okay, so that's something that's under review? Yes, Bernadette, go ahead.
This has been the engineer's report that we received last week is what was handed out with the handout this morning. So you actually have a copy of the engineer's report that they submitted.
Yep.
Yeah, I was reading it earlier.
Okay. All right. Yes, Adi.
I'm struggling with this because there is really no vestige of it seems, of the federal style remaining. And what exists does not evoke even, forget about actual material left, does not evoke that period. I mean, if anything, it evokes a great period of neglect in New York. And that might be something to, I don't know, to remember, to commemorate, I suppose. I mean, but actually, in the end, I don't really think so. And I think that the presentation, actually, and the design and the approach and the study of both precedent and example has been, I mean, excellent and meticulous. So at this point, I'm actually in support of what's been proposed.
Okay. Other comments? Yes, Michael.
I looked quickly at the report, and I think what it tells me is that there is some historical material here. The structure of the building, the roof of the building, the rear wall of the building are in some measure or other rather old, if not original. And probably original. That said, the front facade is not among those things that's listed as being original, or it seems to be original. And the comments made about the problems seem, if in fact are supported by fact, are serious problems. I mean, the walls are falling apart. It's pretty serious. So by our normal standards, I think that the degree of for me, the most problematic factor in terms of permitting, in terms of keeping the building is the fact that the front facade is gone. I think the thing that one could say about this structure is that the volume is here. The roof shape is here, the height is here, the number of stories. I don't think you could say that the front facade is here at all. I don't think, the rear facade's been significantly modified. So I think the case for maintaining it is one of its volume, not of its details or appearance. And that, I think, is supported by the fact that the commission permitted a wholesale re-envisioning of the facade last time. So really the argument comes down to whether or not the volume of the building, divorced from its appearance, is something that we may not feel acceptable to have demolished. I think I'm with you on this one. I think that the volume of the house without the facade and without the rear facade, or at least a large portion of it, seems like what are you holding on to? I don't think that, and if this were a neighborhood that was predominantly townhouses, or even a block that was predominantly townhouses, I think you'd have a stronger case. But this is a block that, yes, there are smaller buildings to the east, but it's by no means uniform, and I think that the pattern of development historically is supported by the proposed taller building. I really don't see the case as being a very strong one to hold on to it. I mean, if they had chosen to restore it and replicate the front facade, I think that would have been a valid choice too, but I don't think that the remnant rises to the standard that we've insisted on for no question, got to keep it.
Okay. Yes, Fred.
I'll just add that it's always troubling to lose a building, any building in a historic district, but I think we do have to prioritize our thoughts and be discriminating in the best sense of the word. When we do that, and I think in this case it's been stated by two commissioners already, and I think I agree with those two commissioners that what's left of this building is only in the rear, and it's only pieces of it, and it seems to be structurally compromised. I'm sure that it could be saved if that was the desire. So I'm not using the structural issue so much, actually, in my thought process. Michael brings up an interesting issue of saving the memory of a volume. I think that's a novel thought, and it might be very appropriate, as you stated, in a series of mostly row houses, but here we don't have that. In fact, we have two 7-story buildings, one adjacent and one 2 buildings away, and what's being proposed is a 7-story building. So I think I can accept it. And given that, the struggle here to me is only whether the building stays or goes. I have no struggle at all with thinking that this was a wonderful and thoughtful presentation and an appropriate building to replace it if it goes.
Okay, other comments? I would agree with my fellow commissioners here, and I think for me the issue is that a question that always comes up, which is when you have buildings that have a particular style, what does that mean in terms of its contribution to the district, and whether it should be maintained either wholly or in part. I think in this particular case, I think it's heavily altered. I think the front facade, the commission before also sort of recognized it, but I myself feel that it's heavily compromised, and I think there's no real ability to bring it back to what it was a very long time ago. And in terms of the rear, for me it seems, I don't think, for me I have to be persuaded that it's structurally unsound. I think just looking at this building holistically, I think whatever historic fabric remains, for me is not enough to necessarily retain the building. And I think that in this circumstance, that the demolition would be appropriate. As for the replacement building, I think the context actually supports a building of this shape and form. Yes, a smaller building would also fit in, but that doesn't necessarily mean that what's proposed is inappropriate. I think that they've shown that the block is very mixed. I think you find loft-style buildings of widths that are narrow, so they're not always large, and I think they've actually sensitively looked at the proportions of the buildings, including its fenestrations, its floor-to-ceiling heights. So from that perspective, I think the new building is very consistent and I think it responds well to the context of the historic district. Are there other comments? Okay, in that case, I think we can move to decision. Okay?
Yeah, it's my turn.
Michael, thank you.
Okay, regarding 25 Bleecker Street, in the Noho East Historic District, the application is to demolish the building and construct a new building. I note that the Noho East Historic District designation report describes the development of the district in several phases between the early 19th and early 20th centuries, including federal-style row houses built in the first decades of the 19th century, multiple dwellings from the mid-late 19th century, and commercial institutional development in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, which is when many of the earlier row houses were converted to commercial use, and that the district is characterized by the diversity of small dwellings, apartment buildings, factory, and loft buildings. I further note that this building was built as a federal-style dwelling and was converted to a boarding house in 1880 and a factory in 1890, and then converted to commercial use in the 20th century, housing multiple tenants in the fur industry between the 30s and 60s. With the post-war economic decline in the city's manufacturing base, the building slowly converted from commercial to residential use. The facade was replaced in 1984. Regarding the demolition, I recommend approval. While the history of the building's uses in the 20th century reflect the development patterns of the district, the facade was completely replaced in 1984. And with the exception of a single cast iron column, retains no significant historic fabric that represents the federal style or the later significant phases of development. Therefore, the removal of the facade will not eliminate any significant historic fabric. The remaining existing cast iron column is in advanced state of disrepair and is not highly designed or a unique feature, but the applicant's going to try to keep it anyway. The rear facade and roof are not visible from a public thoroughfare, but the rear and roof appear to retain some federal-style features. They are completely disassociated from the 1984 front facade, rendering them fragments that are not legible from the public way. And the rear facade appears to have been somewhat altered, and the rear facades of other converted dwellings on the site of Bleecker Street have been more significantly altered. Therefore, the rear facades of these former dwellings no longer share a vocabulary that speaks of their shared history. Regarding the new building, I also recommend approval, finding that the plane of the front facade proposed will align with the facades of adjacent properties, thereby supporting a unified street wall, which is a significant consistent feature of the Noho East Historic District. That the height of the cornice line and the general massing of the building will be in keeping with the varied height and massing of buildings found amongst the diverse 19th and 20th century building typologies found in this historic district. That the composition of the building, featuring metal frame storefront infill, horizontal bands of windows in the middle, punched windows at the cornice and at the top, will utilize a vocabulary of base, shaft, and capital, recalling typical facade composition of early 20th century commercial buildings located throughout the historic district. That the proportional relationship of the facade elements, ratio of solid to void, depth of infill, and material and finish palette will be consistent with such aspects of taller, narrow, late 19th century factory buildings and loft buildings in the district. That the floor-to-ceiling heights will approximate the scale at neighboring properties, helping to maintain a harmonious relationship with neighboring buildings. That the depth of the infill profiles of the metalwork and joint size and pattern of the brickwork will maintain a level of articulation in keeping with the level of ornamentation of many loft buildings in the historic district, helping the building to harmonize with its context and not drawing undue attention to the building, and of the thin metal framing and tripartite division of the ground floor infill will recall in contemporary manner the historic infill that existed at this location in the early 20th century, and will be compatible with the historic character of the infill at neighboring buildings throughout the streetscape.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 7. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 180252. This is 62 Cooper Square, a.k.a. 56-62 Cooper Square, located within the Noho Historic District. This is a neoclassical style store and factory building designed by W.K. Benedict and built in 1922-23. The application is to install flagpoles.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mary Service, Preservation Department staff. 62 Cooper Square is located on the east side of the block, facing Cooper Square. This application is to install a pair of flagpoles, one on either side of the center entrance bay. The applicants are here to discuss the proposal and to answer questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Frank Denner, I'm the architect. I will show the existing conditions for other buildings on this block that have flagpoles as precedent. There are several buildings on this block on Cooper Square that have flagpoles. Some of them have flagpoles between 12 and 13 feet, some 11 feet. You can see all of these different buildings that are just down the block. Some of them have existing flags hung from them, some of them do not. On the other side of the block, on Lafayette Street, there are several buildings that have flagpoles. These are greater. Some of them range from 19 feet to 13 feet, 12 feet. Various buildings on the other side of the block. Most of them do have flags. Here's the Fisher Building and the existing conditions facing Cooper Square. Here's our proposal. Our design strategy was based mostly on our meetings with the condo board. The most important design decision was to keep the proposed flagpoles below the first residential floor. So you can see up here, the arched windows to the first residential floor, and we are keeping the flagpoles just below that. The other decision was to place 2 flagpoles. Because the neoclassical facade has 5 arches, we wanted to respect that and place our flags on either side of the neoclassical entrance, which is located here. That entrance is original, and it's bronze in material, and we wanted to reflect that in our material choice for the flagpoles. So both flagpoles will be bronze and aluminum. We were looking for old photographs of the Fisher Building to see if there was some precedent for the flagpoles, and we did find a few. These 3 show or depict the flagpole coming from what is about the 4th floor of the building. This photograph shows the remnants of filled-in bracket holes where the flagpole used to be mounted. We believe that that flagpole may have been existing at the time of the established landmark district.
Do you know what the dates of those 2 photographs are? Approximately? Okay.
We do not.
Okay.
This is a rendering showing our proposal before and showing our new flagpole, which extend out 10 feet from 10-foot projection from the building. And these are from the north, and this is the view from the south.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions? Do you want to add something?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm key manager.
You can yes.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Kim Manaturi, and I'm one of the owners of New York Hilton Racquet Club. And I just wanted to mention that the photograph that you asked about, the condition is there currently. You can see that now on the building, just looking at the building, that it's, there were rackets there at one time. But Frank, I believe you had said that the flagpole was part of the original.
I said it may have existed when they established the landmark district.
Okay. Yes, Michael?
Is it going to be possible to anchor this into joints as opposed to through the stone?
I don't believe so.
So this would be anchored into the stone?
Yes.
Okay, are there other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? There are no speakers. Community Board 2 recommends denial of this application. Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Close the hearing otherwise. Okay, comments? Yes, Michael.
I'm fine with it, except for I would ask them to work with staff to try to find a way to not have to go into the masonry, go into a joint. The image that they showed was sad enough. I mean, the building's very smooth, doesn't have a lot of articulation on it. I think that it would be unfortunate if the original material was harmed in that way. If a future tenant decided not to have them, it'd be a shame to have to damage the building if we didn't need to.
Okay. Other comments?
Yeah, this facade is so special, so unusual, both because it's so flat, but also because of the Carl Fisher lettering, and that is the only thing that remains besides the mural on the other side. Is I don't know. Can the flagpoles be placed where you think they might have been in the past? And maybe I would think that would be all right.
Well, should I answer?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. The original flagpole was placed in the middle of the building, just above the Carl Fisher sign. In our meetings with the condo board, they didn't want that flagpole that high as to block views from the residential units. So we had to lower the flagpole.
Yeah, well.
Well, in some ways, I think the further away the flagpoles are from the Carl Fisher sort of engraving, I think the less distracting it will be. Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I think that the applicant has demonstrated that there's a history of flagpoles in the district and on the particular building even, and it is a large building, and I think having the flagpoles designating the entrance is appropriate in this case.
Okay.
Can I just ask one more thing? In this, on page, I know this is something to be spending, but on page 103, what's above the door? See that little circle that, on the right? Yeah. The entry?
This one?
No, the door. The door, the entry door.
Oh, this one.
What is that circle?
Oh, that's a number.
It's 62. It's the address.
This is the residential entrance to the building.
I know it is.
So it's just
Am I pointing to the right thing?
Yeah, I'm pointing to that. I wondered what that was.
That was the number.
I don't like it.
Well, unfortunately, that's the address of the building, so, okay. All right, in terms of the flagpoles, is there any other concerns? Okay, so we can then move to close the hearing, and we can read the resolution. Oh, yes.
It's shown with the Health and Racquet Club banner on it. Is it just going to be multiple banners going through?
Can you?
What?
So the tenant right now is Health and Racquet Club. So the question is that if in fact there's another tenant, will they have to come back here for...
The signage, it's signage.
Right, I think if it's a replacement in kind, they wouldn't have to.
Yeah, we don't regulate the flag, we regulate the poles, so they would utilize the existing poles, and we just
If they
change
use
the
existing
flag.
poles and they have the same size as the banner, then I guess they could just replace it. That's all.
One final question. What about one banner?
I think it's true, you could have one banner. It seems that they wanted it to be symmetrical because the design of the building is sort of symmetrical. And it then feels more integrated versus, my opinion, it could be just like a one-off sign banner.
It's always a pair.
Are those okay with the banner?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Hamilton.
In a matter of 62 Cooper Square, Noho Historic District, the application is to install flag poles. Noting that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Noho Historic District, I recommend approval of finding the building fronts, Cooper Square, where there are other institutional buildings with flag poles, and the presence of flag poles is consistent with signage found elsewhere in the district. That given the building's frontage on a large open plaza, its monumental size and institutional appearance, that the presence of two flag poles is in keeping with the scale, character, and siting of the building. That the symmetrical arrangement of the two flag poles at the two-story base will harmonize with the building's design and fit within fenestration pattern. That the proposed length of the flag posts is in keeping with the flag posts found elsewhere in the district and on similar buildings of this age, style, and type. That the proposed installation will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Noho Historic District.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 8 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 182684. This is 43-45 Wooster Street, located within the SoHo-Cast Historic District. It's a store building designed by Joseph Bowman, built in 1884-85, and the application is to alter a loading dock and replace doors.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Corey Holland, Preservation Department. 43 Wooster Street is on the west side of the street, mid-block between Grand and Groom Streets. Please note the building received a special permit pursuant to Section 74-711 of the zoning resolution in the early 2000s for conversion of the cellar and first floor to commercial space. Complete facade restoration was undertaken as a result, as you see here in the photograph on the screen. That work included the installation of the current stair platform and storefronts, which were based on limited features seen in the historic tax photograph, and mostly prototypes of historic storefronts and loading docks found in the historic district. The application is to modify a portion of the platform and infill, and that's what you see circled here to the right side of the image. The applicants will present the application further.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rachel Fagan, speaking to Slack and Partners. I'm here today with Bill Slack from CTS Group Architect and Michael Brown from Ascot Properties. As Corey mentioned, our proposal is to alter the ground floor bay here, dropping the assembly, the door front assembly to grade, installing a diamond steel plate in front of the door, and altering the storefront color to Plymouth brown. I've got a sample here that I'd like to review in more detail. The purpose of dropping assembly to entry is for ADA access directly into the retail space. I'll go through some existing condition photographs quickly and overall of the storefront. As Corey mentioned, all of the infill is replaced in early 2000, 2001. So all the wood infill is new based on historic photographs and similar buildings in the district. The cast iron piers, however, are historic and will be retained. The southern entry and the northern entry relate to residential entrances above, for the residential floors above. The four center bays are for the retail. an area of work detail photograph and a photograph of the steel stairs looking to the south. The steps will be brought one bay to the south, and the louver will be added back. Some interior photographs. This is from the solar looking up at the underside of the steel stairs. Note that there are no historic vault lights that remain here that we need to be concerned about. The interior of the building, retail space looking to the east. These are the four bays that I mentioned previously. Historic photographs 1980 below, tax photo 1940 above, illustrating the irregular configuration of bays that you can see here. So even though we have an application to alter what is currently a symmetrical entrance, historically this ground floor infill was asymmetrical. A time of designation photograph, again illustrating this asymmetrical configuration, and a photograph circa 2001 when all of that sort of infill was pulled out. You can see the cast iron piers remain, the cornice was replaced later with the PVC. Again, some more historic photographs, comparable ones in SoHo-Cast, showing the irregular configuration at these ground floors. Some were at grade, some were raised by the platform steps and ramps into the stores. And I'll turn things over to Bill Slack from CTS to discuss the design.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Bill Slack with CTS Group Architects. On your left-hand side, you can see the existing configuration of the first floor plan. The tenant space is occupied by the center portion with two sets of double doors leading up from the stairs from the sidewalk. Your right-hand side proposal is to lower that one bay to bring it down to sidewalk level with the existing main entrance to the building and provide accessibility at that point. We are proposing to remove the structure at the stair, provide a structural diamond plate closure there, modify any building utilities or services that are in that specific location right there. We saw a photograph of that earlier. And provide a generous-sized entrance landing and stairs up into the retail space. Okay, so here's the elevation. Next sheet. Existing configuration on your left-hand side. Proposed configuration on the right. The space between the cast iron piers is 6 feet. We wanted to make it compliant. Full-size APA door, so we chose to go with a 3'4" operable leaf and then an operable fixed leaf to make up the difference with that. They'll actually assist the retail component for loading and things like that, and also for accessibility. So that's in this location right here. We have that large door swinging out here, again, modified stair. We are proposing to create the infill, matching the same profiles and proportions and configurations of the adjacent main entry. We're also proposing to put a accessible sticker on there right now as required. There's some wall sections that show we're going to be following existing profiles and detailing. You can see in this location these services that will need to be reconfigured.
Okay. Are there any questions? Do you have any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends denial of the modification of the infill and approval of the painting of the infill in Plymouth Brown. Okay. Just a quick question. The access is required by law, or is it because you want to provide it as the right thing to do?
The accessible entrance.
Yes.
There currently is a lift here right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's not very accommodating because it's a locked corridor at that door. There's really no way for the person in the store to know if you need to get in. So we're proposing a new entrance in this location, and then we're allowing for a stair.
So So there'll be a stair lift inside, is that right? Okay, but that's not shown on the drawings, or?
Yeah, it's dotted in.
Oh, it's dotted in, okay. I can't see it from there. Okay. All right, yes.
I just wanted to ask, do you know why the community board recommended denial, what the issue was with the board?
I'm sorry, the community board?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just read through all their points, and it's unclear, actually, why that. Yes.
So when we presented this application to community board, we presented the alteration of the storefront entrance to be at grade for access into the retail space, believing that we already had the ADA compliant access to the south. Once we took a closer look at it, we realized that door is locked. It's difficult to get into unless you get someone's attention in the store first. So we took a closer look at it and found out that we could install the chairlift at the interior and make that a fully ADA compliant entrance. So that was post-community board.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for the applicants? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, any concerns about this application?
Yeah, that's about it.
They did show some examples. They actually preempted that question a little bit. But I think, in situations like this, it's better to have the lift inside, and I think we always grapple with that issue, so it's a better solution. Okay. Fred? Yes.
Yes, it is. A matter of, I got this right? Yeah, wrong. 43 Wooster Street in the Soho-Cast Iron Historic District. Application is to alter a loading dock and replace doors. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho-Cast Iron Historic District. And I recommend approval, noting that the removal of a portion of the non-original diamond plate steps and paired storefront doors will not result in damage to or loss of any significant historic fabric. That the proposed black painted diamond plate installed at the sidewalk adjacent to the stairs will recall the placement and material of historic cast iron vault covers and is common sidewalk treatment throughout this historic district. That the material, details, finish of the proposed new entrance door, transom, and fixed side panel will recall the design of the building's historic doors and will be in keeping with the existing commission-approved storefront infill at the ground floor of the building. That the proposed change in door configuration to unequal door leaves will be compatible with the variety of existing doors installed at the building, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Soho-Cast Iron Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item number 9. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 169554. This is 92 West Houston Street, located within the South Village Historic District. It's a federal-style warehouse built circa 1828 and altered in 1925, and the application is to install an awning.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. This item is 92 West Houston Street, located between Thompson Street and LaGuardia Place in the South Village Historic District. 92 West Houston Street is a federal-style row house built circa 1828 and altered in 1925. The proposal is to install an awning at the entrance to the commercial space, which is partially below grade. Owner Andreas Waltenberg is here to elaborate and answer any questions you may have.
So here we have a story picture and also an example of what somebody put up previously, an awning that was existing in 2009. The next one is the commercial space that was there before we took it over 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. And there was no awning present on the storefront that was there prior to us. We have now, on the left, is what it looks like as it is today, and what we're proposing to do is to put a small dome awning directly above the entrance to the storefront, to the commercial space, only to cover the staircase itself. The awning is, like I said, a dome awning. It will stretch 60 inches across, 36 inches out and up, and like I said, it will only cover the actual entrance to the space, which is a bar. Because of the restrictions of the entrance, since it sits below the sidewalk, it is a special case, and we're looking to put it 8 inches above the top of the door. And like I said, because of the actual entrance space sits only 6 inches, some 6 feet above the sidewalk, it is a special case.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? All right, we have one speaker, Barbara Zay.
Representative of the Historic Districts Council. HDC feels that a new awning should play with the existing geometry of the facade rather than introducing a new shape, in this case a dome. This awning seems to be out of place. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Okay, do we have any more questions for the applicant? We can close the hearing. All right, comments, concerns? Okay, Houston Street's quite interesting that way. It has sort of a large variety of different storefronts. I think this is modest, it's reversible. I could live with it.
I don't think anybody's even going to notice it's there.
Probably people won't notice, exactly. Okay, John, you want to read it?
In the matter of docket number 16-9554, 92 West Houston Street in the South Village Historic District, application is to install an awning. I note the style, scale, materials, and details of the building are among the features which contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the South Village Historic District. Also note, historically, building facades and storefront infill within this historic district were altered over time, reflecting the area's layer of development and mixed use, and that the ground floor commercial space is partially below grade. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the awning will not result in the loss or concealment of significant historic fabric, that the proposed awning installation is easily reversible, that the minimal size and dark color will not call undue attention to the installation, and the novelty shape is in keeping with similar installations along the streetscape, and that given the eclectic nature of the streetscape, the proposed work will not diminish the special historic and architectural character of the building or the South Village Historic District.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 10 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness for the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 183021. This is 276th Avenue, located within the South Village Historic District. This is an Aldrich Renaissance Revival-style tenement building with commercial ground floor, designed by Bernstein and Bernstein and built in 1902-03. The application is to install storefront info, lighting, and an awning.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Timothy Shaw, Preservation Staff. 276th Avenue is located on the east side of 6th Avenue between West Houston and Bleecker Streets within the South Village Historic District. The application is for the installation of new storefront infill lighting and an awning at the northernmost storefront at the building. Please note that the existing storefront infill remainder of the building was installed prior to designation, and the new storefront tenant is part of the neighboring restaurant group. Julie Georgopoulos, the architect, will present the proposal in detail.
Good afternoon, my name is Julie from FSI Architecture. So as Tim indicated, this proposal is for the storefront restoration for this portion of 276th Avenue. These three storefronts are existing and they were installed pre-designation. This storefront is about 12 or 13 feet wide. It's a small section on the north end of this building. It currently has a small green awning that's fixed with aluminum infill and aluminum cladding over the brick. It has an existing roll-down gate. It's a green awning. It was formerly a nail salon. This is a historical photograph just to put it in context of this original storefront here. It was a bump-out bay with awnings all along the storefront. So the idea is that the owner currently of Bar Pitti is now acquiring that northern space, and they'd like to have continuity of their existing storefront to that small section. This entire building has 4 bays, 4 storefronts, so the south 2 bays belong to Da Silvano, and the northern 2 bays are now going to be part of Bar Pitti. So the idea would be that you have this continuity when you see the storefront. So they have the retractable awning that matches their awning, and they would like to have the similar configuration here. All of the storefront openings are wood here. We're proposing to provide similar wood opening here with folding doors and a retractable awning in the green color. Again, these are existing and proposed drawings. This is the existing storefront. Currently, it's got an aluminum cladding on here. We'd like to remove that cladding to expose the brick and the stone bands beyond. It's unclear what's happening here. We believe that there might be brick and stone, or rather, just an opening above this proposed storefront. We're also proposing to match the light fixtures that would be covered with the awning. So here, this is the existing awning, which now is a fixed awning, and this would be the proposed retractable awning to match Bar Pitti. This is the floor plan of the existing and the proposed. We're widening the opening to meet ADA, and this would be folding on each side. This is the section showing the existing and proposed. Currently, there's a surface-mounted roll-down gate. We're proposing to recess it and cover it and have wood trim around the opening itself to match the wood trim of the adjacent storefront openings. And here, just through discussion of staff, with staff, we were proposing to put a metal cover piece because historically there was signage going along this storefront at this level. And again, proposing the retractable awning to match the same height of the adjacent properties in a smaller profile. So that's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Diana?
Yeah, you've got 3 lights on the new, smaller storefront. That was just for balance, or?
We were just highlighting each bay.
Yeah, okay. Just, looks like a lot on a little storefront to me, but, anyway. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application. Okay, any more questions? Otherwise, I'll close the hearing. Okay. Yes, Adi?
So we love Bar Pitti, but the wood storefront is not remarkable. The existing wood storefront is not exactly exemplary. So I'm just wondering if if they're matching that storefront, which is like plywood. I mean, it's never seemed to me to be a brilliant storefront. I mean, so it's wood and it's going to be the same signage and so on, but is there any way that, should we require better quality, or are they matching the existing?
When you say existing,
the existing restaurant.
Right, the Bar Pitti type of wood in the new space.
Yeah, the question I think is really whether that was approved by us.
Well, I'm sure, I feel like it was predates the South Village Historic District, because that was very recent, and Bar Petey's been around for big months.
The good news is
So
that
I
if it's made out of junk, it won't last very long, so they'll be back.
In which case,
Yes, she'd like to respond. Yes, Tim.
They're not necessarily going to use the same wood material, they could use a better quality wood.
Okay, that would be
It's
good.
the same
and
design,
then
the
maybe
same
do
type
the other
of
one,
fill,
they can...
but it's not necessarily that same material.
Okay. All right. Any concerns? Okay. John?
It's me.
Oh, sorry, Adi?
In the matter of 276 Avenue in the South Village Historic District, it's an altered Renaissance Revival-style tenement building with commercial ground floor designed by Bernstein, built in 1903, and the application is to install storefront infill lighting and awning. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the South Village Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that the removal of the existing storefront infill and awning will not result in any loss of any historic fabric, that the design of new infill with folding wood and glass doors will be in keeping with existing storefront infill found at other storefronts at this building, and with other operable storefronts found elsewhere within the historic district, that the low height of the new infill will be in keeping with the height of the adjacent storefronts and will allow for the installation of roll-down security gate housing to be incorporated within the infill, that the new gooseneck light fixtures will be installed within a metal panel above the new infill with junction boxes and conduits concealed, and that the installation will not damage, destroy, or obscure significant historic architectural features of the storefront, that the height of the new awning, while above the storefront lintel, will align with the awnings at the adjacent storefronts and will allow for the installation of new light fixtures below, that the design of the new retractable awning with open sides, signage at the skirt, and clad with green canvas will be in keeping with traditional awnings found at buildings of a similar age and style found elsewhere in the historic district, and that the new storefront will maintain unity of the design throughout the building's commercial base.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved, and we will break for lunch and come back here at 1:10.
It seems like, doesn't it? There are a lot of projects, that's
Two of them are the next one's me? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The first item.
20th? No.
Yeah, hi, this is Diana Chapin. I have an appointment.
It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 179049. This is 440 West 20th Street, located within the Chelsea Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house built in 1853-54, and the application is to construct rooftop and rear additions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Derek Danneran, Preservation Department staff. This property is located in the Chelsea Historic District on the south side of West 20th Street, between 9th and 10th Avenue. The applicant is proposing to construct a rooftop and rear yard additions that are partially visible from long vantage points at 10th Avenue and the High Line. The architect is here to present this application. Thank you.
Well, my name is Walter Radke. I'll be presenting for 440 West 20th Street. So here we have, of course, our townhouse and historic photo. Historic district. So our plan at the roof. So this is the rooftop addition. So we've held it back so it'll be not visible from the street in the front there. We have a bulkhead that goes up to the top and a roof deck in the back, and we have a railing around our rear roof deck. So the front elevation, front facade. So again, not visible from the street, we've held it back. We've got our rooftop addition and stair bulkhead. Rear, this is our existing rear. There is an existing structure in the rear which we are maintaining. And then we are proposing a 18-inch extension in the back. So that's the entire rear extension. That brings us to our 30-foot minimum backyard. And then we're keeping this floor in its exact same location with the same two window openings, maintaining the cornice. Then we have our setback to our new floor. There's our railing around our roof deck and our stair bulkhead. So in section, you can just see it, so that shaded area from the third floor down is our 18-inch rear extension. This is our existing rear structure, and the dashed lines is our neighbor's rear extension on one side, and the shaded here is the neighbor on the other side. So our existing rear extension, see, is in line with one of the neighbors and less than the other, and our 18 inches is well within other extensions here. Again, that brings us to a 30-foot minimum backyard. We're maintaining this floor and this window opening in the cornice, stepping back 3 feet. That's our new rooftop addition, our new stair bulkhead, and there's our railing around our deck. We did have to do some work with our preservationists to make sure that we had our chimneys not visible from the street as well. So that's just the section showing the existing building, the existing rear hauling line, and the existing rear structure. This is our axonometric showing the massing. So again, our rooftop, step back 3 feet. There's the 1'6" extension in the rear. There's our existing cornice, some machinations to get our chimneys to be not visible from the street. This is our elevations from east and west. So again, we're using our cornice, keeping it so we're not visible from the street. 3 chimneys in the rear. This is our railing above our rear roof deck, stair bulkhead. These are existing photos. So there are our unit right here. And another photo from this side. Again, a couple of photos. Yeah, it's very difficult to get the rear photos. It's typical of some of these townhouses, but here's a rear photo showing existing condition. This is our existing unit that we're keeping, existing rear extension. This is the neighbor's rear extension, so you can see that there are rear extensions throughout. So that's our unit right there. So there are other rear extensions in this row of townhouses, including some of our neighbors that are all the way out to their property line. You can see the size of the building, so we have some taller buildings in the middle of the block here. So just to show our neighbors here, this is us 440, so our neighbor 438 with their extensions, and 442 with that extension. So that's our 18-inch extension in the rear. This is the existing extension that will remain. This is our mock-up. Show you built our mock-up. This is just some panoramic views. So our unit is right here. So you can see that there are additions, including ones all the way to the property line on one side of us, on the other side, again, additions. And all these townhouses here are at the 30-foot rear yard setback. So we will maintain our top floor 18 inches back, but we're bringing the bottom 3 floors 18-inch forward. Some better rear shots. This is our existing condition here. And our visibility study. So there are several places where they were visible. We're going to show you from an area east. I'm going to show you from across the corner, up on the high line over here. Again, this is about 20 feet of visibility. This is about 25. This is just about maybe 15 feet. And then across the street, south of us, there is a construction site with a building under construction, and at this point, it's a vacant lot, and there is visibility from that location as well. Now, our neighbor has a mock-up for a proposed work here, so that is not us. I just want to make sure we don't confuse that. Unfortunately, we've got both our mock-ups at the same time. So looking from number 1, that one location, which is about maybe 15 feet of length, there is a very small, I have better pictures at the end too, a little zoomed. They're just a little bit up there. Basically, you can't even see it. So that one was from that number 1. From number 2, which is across the street here, that little orange right there is visible. Should be right there. Again, this is not us. And then from across the street, in this location here, and you can see, I'll get a better picture of this too, we'll go through it again, there's the orange. Now, from up on the High Line, which is several blocks away here, of course you can see almost all the rooftops, and you can see our orange. Again, this is not us. Now here, on this location here, this is a construction site, work in progress, residential building, an 11-story building under construction. So right now you see through, and you can see our orange on the top there. But this is a insert of what the building will be when it is finally built. So again, now we're going to go back. This is across the street. This is a better picture of our orange at night. I don't see the other buildings. This is from the High Line, so now you can see the orange, a better picture of it right there. So this is about 2 blocks away on top of the High Line for about maybe 15, 20-foot run. This is a blow-up. So there's our roof, that's our bulkhead, and again, this, working with our preservationists, we're going to be coating this with the corrugated metal in a gray color, hopefully blend in with what's going on throughout these rooftops. And this is not ours. None of that wood is ours. So this is from the construction site. So again, through the slot that exists now, that's the visibility.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. There are sensitive ways to expand row houses, and we have seen many heard by this commission, but HDC finds that these proposed expansions do not rise to the level of being appropriate. There is significant loss of historic fabric in the rear, including the loss of stone lintels, and we ask for a redesign that retains some of this original masonry. The rear facade has the appearance of several different projects happening simultaneously. Our committee had a hard time understanding the functional reason for extending the stair to the roof and finds the bulkhead to be unnecessarily tall. Perhaps the stair bulkhead could come down a bit and the rear of the rooftop addition pushed back farther from the floor below so as not to overwhelm the house. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Community Board 4 recommends denial of this application unless the oversized bulkhead is replaced with an open staircase and the brick rear parapet is replaced with a more suitable wall. Can you just speak to the issue of the bulkhead and whether it can be
Well, we have an absolute minimum head height to get a stair up there. I will say that after the community board, we did remove the rear masonry parapet.
Okay.
So as you can see, I mean, we have just enough head height to get us up. We tried as hard as we could to make this as small as we could. I'll go back to the floor. You can see we've got a wide stair in there. So you can see we've got our stair, just the minimum amount of head height you can get to get under the stair, turn and come up. They did mention having an open ladder. My client has a child and wouldn't be able to use the upper deck of an open ladder to get up to the rooftop up there. So we kept it as minimally visible as we could. It stepped back well back from the back. It stepped well back from the front. It's right in the middle of the house.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, then we can close the hearing. Comments? Right, I think the rear yard sort of extension is very modest and minimal, and the rooftop addition, it has very limited visibility, and when we do see it, it seems to have the backdrop of other...
Yeah, that's the issue.
Right. One suggestion is perhaps they could just work with staff to see if they can minimize the height of both the penthouse as well as the bulkhead to the extent possible. Because I think right now it's like 10 feet floor to floor. I think that could come down a bit. So if they could work with staff? Okay. All right, Diana?
In the matter of certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan 440 West 20th Street, Chelsea Historic District. Application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions. Note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Chelsea Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the construction of the rooftop and the addition will not result in damage to or demolition of any significant architectural features of the roof or facade, that the proposed materials of the rooftop addition, including vertical metal siding and metal and glass windows, will be in keeping with other bulkheads and rooftop additions found within the historic district, that the proposed rooftop addition will only be visible at a great distance from 10th Avenue, the High Line, and through a gap on the other side of the block, and will blend into the surrounding roofscape, and therefore will not call undue attention to itself. That the building is not part of a row, and the proposed rear yard addition will not extend beyond the roof facades or additions of the adjacent buildings. Therefore, this step to multi-story addition will not overrun these buildings or the central green space. That the design of the rear yard addition, featuring both cladding and multi-light window assemblies, will maintain the scale and character of an individual row house. And the applicant will work with the staff to make the rooftop addition and bulkhead as minimally visible as feasible. And that the proposed work will not detract from the significant architectural and historic character of the building in the Chelsea Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 13. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 184765. This is 701 Fifth Avenue, the St. Regis Hotel, an individual landmark. This is a Beaux-Arts-style hotel building designed by Trowbridge and Livingston and built in 1901-04, with an extension designed by Sloan and Robertson and built in 1927. The application is to alter the Fifth Avenue facade, install storefront infill, awnings, signage, and display vitrines.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. This item is 701 Fifth Avenue, the St. Regis Hotel, an individual landmark located on the corner of Fifth Avenue and East 55th Street. 701 Fifth Avenue is a Beaux-Arts-style hotel building built in 1901 to 1904. The ground floor commercial spaces of the building have been highly altered, and no historic fabric remains at the corner of East 55th and along Fifth Avenue. The proposal is to alter the Fifth Avenue facade, install storefront infill, awnings, signage, and display vitrines. Tina Hopespan from Bruin & Associates, Jeff Taylor from Taylor Architects, and Jack Timon and Brian Rowan from the Swatch Group are here to elaborate and answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Jeff Taylor. I'm a local consulting architect for Harry Winston. And the proposal, just to bring you in and give you a little bit of history, is to do a matching facade elevation modification to the Fifth Avenue side of the storefront facade. The building, as Holly said, was built between 1901 and 1904. It looked like this when it was built. There was a raised terrace on Fifth Avenue side, but shortly after it was built, around 1909, Fifth Avenue was widened and the terraces were removed and the facade was changed at that time. So that was number one change. Between 1909, when the sidewalk was widened, and 1927, which is the approximate date of this photo, this new facade emerged. So it looks totally different than what was originally built. It's more of the Chicago style with the large windows and the very simplified fenestration. So that's about 1927. And then in 1951, Bucciolati in Silver came to the U.S. and built again, this is the Fifth Avenue facade, and then I'll show you another photo as it goes down 55th Street, but they again modified the 27th facade to a new 1950s facade that's looking down 55th Street. So, and that's, you can see the entrance to St. Regis there. So that luckily wasn't changed too much, but that's the third renovation. And then in 1975, Fred, the French jeweler, came in and they installed this facade. So that's Fifth Avenue, that's going down 55th Street. So that's the facade that's currently there today. And as you'll see to the right, there's an existing, which I think is the next slide, yeah. There's a tag foyer. This is, Fred became De Beers most recently. De Beers is gone, but to the right side of De Beers is a tag foyer and this facade, which again is another facade design that who knows where that emerged. So the proposal for Harry Winston is to take over the tag foyer facade and lease space. They're going on a long-term lease. They're doing some work to their flagship across the street, moving in a long-term lease to fit out this store for their operation. And to take over the tag foyer and match the style, the architectural style of the Fred or the Beers facade, replicating that exactly. So we would just take out this section of the facade. And this pilaster, I don't know if you noticed, but this pilaster is slightly less wide than the pilaster, which is mirrored also on the 55th Street side. So this shorter pilaster would be removed, and we would replicate the same size pilaster here and the same arched style limestone finish. So we would have a tripartite, we'd have a 3-bay entrance. So this would be all new. We have etching limestone that we reviewed with our stonemason. That's been replicated. The entrance will be now made onto, put onto the Fifth Avenue side, where Harry Winston has a very, and I'll show you in the next subsequent slide, they have a very detailed ornate wrought iron entry door with brass accents. So that style, iconic style of Harry Winston entrance will be replicated on the center bay and become the new entrance. The 55th Street side will basically be maintained, cleaned, and look as a new store. Here's some before and afters. This is De Beers to the left on the 55th Street side. So we're requesting and recommending installation of new awnings, and this will be basically just cleaned and restored. And on the, well, I'll show you on the next one. This is a perspective on showing both views on the corner. And then this would be a front elevation showing the existing views with the 2 bays and the new proposed Harry Winston 3 bays. We're not touching, this facade belongs to Bleecker beneath that. So that is not part of the equation. And just to bring you in, this beautiful wrought iron telltale gate entrance will be replicated on the station. And then this is the work is primarily in this area for the new facade. The rest of it is basically the same demonstration. And this is another one. And we have details.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 5 recommends approval. Okay, if there are no questions, we can close the hearing. Are there comments? It's pretty straightforward, I think. It's an interesting facade work that was done in the 1970s, and this will probably regularize it a little bit more than it is right now. But it's, it's okay.
It's a very modest thing to do will go in this part of Fifth Avenue. Everybody seems to be redoing everything all the time, but they're not all landmarks, and so I think that's why you're here, and this is nothing controversial about this, in my judgment.
Okay. All right, so we can move to decision. Kim.
In the matter of 701 Fifth Avenue, St. Regis Hotel, individual landmark, application is to alter the Fifth Avenue facade, install storefront infill, awning, signage, and display vitrines. I note that the ground floor commercial spaces of the building have been highly altered and no historic fabric remains. I recommend approval, finding that the removal of the existing storefront will not result in the demolition of or alteration to any significant architectural features, that recladding a portion of the Fifth Avenue facade, the alteration of the existing door and into a window, and the centering of the main entrance at an existing window on the Fifth Avenue facade will be harmonious with existing modern design and Beaux-Arts style of the building, that the architectural details and stone cladding present on the building will be replicated at the proposed additional bay on the Fifth Avenue facade, creating a more unified ground floor, that the bronze signage will be pin-mounted to modern stone cladding, and the height of the signage is appropriately scaled and will be in keeping with the commercial nature of the building space, that the fixed awnings featured in dark blue canvas, straight slope, with open sides are reminiscent of the type of retractable awnings that were historically found on hotel buildings, that the proposed logo signage at the slope portion of the awnings is in keeping with the commercial character of Fifth Avenue, that the proposed decorative steel doors at the Fifth Avenue entrance are in keeping with the ornate Beaux-Arts style detailing of the building, that the display vitrines at the setback from the glazing and therefore will not eliminate transparency from the display windows, and that the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of this individual landmark.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, I'm going to read the next two items into the record. They both deal with the same property. Item 14 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness for Manhattan docket number 184607. This is 230 Park Avenue, the New York Central / Helmsley building, an individual landmark. This is a Beaux-Arts style office building designed by Warren and Wetmore and built in 1927-29. The first application, item 14, is an application to alter alter walkways. And then the second item is item 15. It's docket number 184594, same address. The application is to amend a storefront and signage master plan approved under certificate of appropriateness 043007 and to install ramps.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Caroline Passion, Conservation Staff. The subject property is located between East 46th and 45th Streets, facing north and south, and between Vanderbilt Avenue and the former place, facing west and east respectively. So there are two applications before you today, and the first application that applicants will propose to you is to amend the current storefront and signage master plan and to install ramps at East 46th Street and Vanderbilt Avenue. And then the second application that will be shown is a proposal to alter the ceilings along the Helmsley walkways, east and west. They'll be altering the ceilings to install luminous ceilings and to install LED screens on the walls. So the architect, MDAS, and the preservation consultant from Gibbs Place Park are here to discuss this proposal in more detail.
Thank you, Caroline. Young Cleveland Haynes, Place Park and Partners. I'm going to take you through the changes to the storefront master plan, and then I'm going to hand it off to Dan Shannon of Moet Larmos & Shannon, who's going to take you through the changes to the ceiling and the signage and the walkways. Caroline described where the building is right here. This is the New York Central building, 230 Park Avenue. When this building opened in 1929, it was really considered the crowning achievement of the terminal city development. It was the final city in the terminal city development, but it was also considered the crowning achievement. And in addition to its architectural merits, this is also because of the ingenious way that it really combined these different modes of transportation. We'll look at this in more detail shortly, but it combines vehicular traffic that move through these large openings at the base, and also it sits atop the fan of the rail yard for Grand Central Terminal. In addition to that, it has provisions for pedestrians as well. Of all of those, we feel that it's really the pedestrian experience that has been somewhat neglected, especially of late. So the response, the proposal before you today, it's got a lot of moving parts, it's somewhat complicated, but it is at essence about improving the pedestrian experience at the New York Central Building, 230 Park Avenue. And this is, of course, tied in to the rezoning of the Vanderbilt corridor. This is something that was recently approved by City Council with the purpose of developing this area and sort of reactivating it for pedestrian use. So the changes that you're seeing for you today is really in response to that, in hopes of making sure that it can keep up with that. Here we see two historic images. One on the left is a rendering from around 1928, and then a photo on the right. We're not able to find too many historic images from around the time of the building's completion, but you do get a sense here again of that all these different modes of transportation and circulation. At the base here, you can see the large vehicular openings and the openings for the walkways, and then of course the sidewalks where you see pedestrians here. And this provides a plan, again, just sort of to orient you. This changes to the storefront master plan that we're proposing are along 46th Street here, along Vanderbilt Avenue here, and then because they're related to changes in retail tenancy, also in the walkways here and here. And then again, Dan is going to cover the changes to the lighting and to the signage in the walkways. But you can see the modes of transportation. The roadways come down, they ramp down here. These are the pedestrian walkways and then the sidewalks. This is the existing plan, and this is the proposed plan. So what we're proposing in plan does not look like much, but just to take you through it briefly, there is going to be we're proposing new storefront infill in these locations. There's going to be a ramp here and here, and then the changes to the walkways that were described previously. This drawing also does show these changes to logos that are installed in the sidewalks here. This is something that we've discussed with staff, and it's at staff level. This is a historic image from 1975 showing the 46th Street elevation. And these are LPC designation photos from around 1987. This is on the east side of 46th Street. What you can see here is storefront infill that we feel is more responsive to a pedestrian retail experience, specifically with these lower bulkheads that people can walk by and look into the stores in. These are more LPC designation photos, 1987, and this is on the west side of 46th Street. And here you see these very tall bulkheads, almost as tall as these people here. And this is what currently exists as well, and this may have been appropriate for what the tenant at the time was, which was a bank, which has this sort of fortress-like architecture. But we feel that for adaptive retail uses, there would be a lower bulkhead would be more appropriate in these locations. The historic photos turning the corner onto Vanderbilt, we see that these very high bulkheads continue in this location, and then towards the southern end of Vanderbilt, we see in 1987 a variety of non-historic treatments. These are historic and existing photos of 46th. So again, existing photos showing the same of what I just showed you. On the east side of 46th Street, the very low bulkhead, you can see a person there, and they can sort of make use of these storefronts, low bulkhead. And then on the west side of 46th Street, very high bulkheads, higher than this person's head here. This is a historic drawing of 46th Street. I'd like to direct your attention to the infill that we can sort of see, if possible, bad reproduction, we can sort of see a historic infill here on the east side of 46th that has larger glazed areas and a horizontal mullion. This is the existing condition on 46th Street. You'll notice that the line of bulkheads does not align with the bulkheads on the west side. And what we're proposing here is to create a more uniform infill scheme for 46th Street and for Vanderbilt. So we've taken that design from the historic drawing on 46th Street, and we've modified it as the sort of the basic module for installation in the storefront bays. On the west side of 46th Street, we proposed lowering the sills, so this now aligns with the line of sills on the east side. We're using this storefront configuration with the horizontal mullion. The horizontal mullion aligns with the top of the lintel of the door, and it creates, we believe, a more uniform appearance. In addition, we're also proposing a wheelchair ramp here that's going to be constructed of granite and bronze in response to the materials that are existing at the sill currently. And there's also going to be illuminated signage hung a foot behind the glass in the bays, in the bays.
Can I ask you just a quick question? The windows that you have on towards Vanderbilt, in its historic condition, are they the same size as the windows towards the east side? So the historic condition. They look like they're not, so the five...
yeah, no, they're smaller, yeah.
They're smaller, okay. Sorry to disrupt.
No, sorry. Just to take you back here again, this is another sort of little thing that I wanted to, we're talking about changing the signage up here in these cartouches. This is another thing that's going to be handled subsequently, either in a hearing or at staff level. Here is existing and proposed renderings showing the scheme. Again, we have the uniformity of the base, the consistent sill line, and the consistent horizontal mullion with the illuminated signage behind, and the wheelchair ramp here. Then turning the corner onto Vanderbilt, we see, again, we have these very high sills, and then sort of towards the south end, we have sills that are lower, that are more responsive to a pedestrian experience. This is a historic photo of historic drawing from Vanderbilt. The existing conditions, as shown here, again, very high sill, and proposed. So it's the same thing that we saw on 46th Street. The sills are being dropped. We're installing this basic unit, illuminated signage behind, a wheelchair ramp here, and illuminated signage. Existing and proposed photo renderings. And then this is a basic concept showing you what is being proposed in these locations with the suspended signage behind. We have details of the different bays. This is a typical 46th Street bay, existing on the left and proposed on the right. And then Vanderbilt Bay, existing on the left, proposed on the right. It's the same. And this detail here really gets to the heart of the proposal. The sill here is nearly 6 feet tall as existing, and then in the proposed scheme it would be lower to allow the pedestrian to see into the retail location.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Could you go back to 1920? I guess that the elevations existing proposed of that.
19 and 20?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I can't see,
I can't see them, sorry. Sorry, next. That's it. Okay. So on this facade, there's an awful lot of mullioned windows that go right down to the high base. And your proposal on the next image takes out a lot of that and makes it more uniform at the front.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain why, from a kind of preservation point of view, that's the right thing to do? I understand why it might be appropriate for retail under the bar that you're introducing, but why is it appropriate above?
Appropriate in this location here. Yeah. I think it would basically come down to uniformity of appearance, sort of as it would be seen in conjunction with 46th Street. I also think personally it would have a sort of disproportionate look to it if this were divided up here and this was open below. Like I said, this is a configuration that's based on some things that we've seen in the historic drawings. Something that were just divided up above and open below, I think would be inconsistent.
So why not just leave it all divided? That would not be
For the retail tenant?
Again, it's the uniformity of appearance, it's the applicability for retail uses.
May I ask another question? So when you drop down the windows below the sort of the base of let's say the columns or the solid pieces, what is the tolerance? What's the dimension between the window edge and the wider piece of the base? You see what's left over? Okay, so that. No, the width of it. Because if you can go to there's a larger detail, please. Yeah, so previously it kind of fit nicely and left enough dimension above the base, right? You see that?
Yeah.
Right. And so now you're dropping it down and you have what is that? What is that left over?
This dimension here?
Yeah.
Sorry? 3 feet. 3 feet?
No, not the height, the width.
Left to right.
It looks
Left to right, the space between the mullion and the base.
And the base of the cabinet here.
It's tight. I mean,
It's tight, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's maintaining the existing width of the window. It's just
Right, it's
lowering it
maintaining-
down, and it's leaving a small reveal here, which continues this reveal here.
The mullion's 4.5 inches, so that's probably around 2 inches.
Right.
Inch and a half.
That's the existing condition originally, I'm sorry. If you go, that's Dan Shannon, MDS Architects. If you go to
46th Street.
that is an original condition in the building.
Really?
Yes.
If you see
So
the-
Bobby Vans, I call it Bobby Vans.
Yeah, call it.
But that condition was part of the original design of the building. You can see that. So this condition here, which had the drop sill against the base of the pilasters, existed in the original drawings. So we're replicating, as Johan said, that on the other side to accommodate bringing the bulkhead down.
Where are we? Right. And then the wheelchair ramp on 46th Street. We explored the possibility of ramping into the space, but unfortunately there are beams, structural beams that are located directly below the existing sills. Remember, this whole building is sort of sitting on top of an open rail yard, so we don't want to mess with those. So we proposed a wheelchair ramp. Again, it's designed with the materials of the existing base, bronze and granite. And then the same situation exists on Vanderbilt. We have a structural beam here that precludes the possibility of ramping into the building. These are the existing window details. In the proposed, we will be replicating the profiles and the finishes exactly in aluminum and with insulated glass. And now we're moving over to the walkways. I'm going to hand it off to Dan in a second, but I just wanted to address one thing briefly, which is that there are storefront openings in the walkways, and they would be considered part of the storefront master plan. Here, we would basically be taking a restorative approach. You can see the original configurations here. Over the years, there have been a variety of different types of infill installed in these locations with transoms and windows and whatnot. We would basically be going back to a configuration like this. I'll now hand it off to Dan to go through the proposals for the illumination and design.
That's it.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission. 15 years ago, I stood here and talked about the improvements that you're about to see that we're going to improve again. It's a unique thing. The only thing that's different is the gray hair after 15 years. Anyhow, right now we're looking at the existing conditions in the building. The first one is this display system that was put on the opaque limestone walls that are adjacent to the ramps. That's the system that I presented 15 years ago. The idea of that was this transparent system of which flexible displays could be put into the building that exists today. Also with that was some improvement in lighting and the stripping of the limestone. which was effective. So you see the storefronts as they are today. You see the display system, and then at the south walls where the ramp for the roadway goes through is a limestone soffit in one instant and a limestone and an inactive grill on the other side, which presently has a display system on it. Johan has showed you the section, but just to orient ourselves, this is the south side, which has the ramp traversing, and then of course the ramp comes down through here very ingeniously down to Park Avenue, and then the two-story high kind of honorific entry into the passageways. This is what Leona left us, and I think a lot of us might remember the Tiepolo ceiling, and it unfortunately doesn't show the red carpet, which I thought was a very nice touch. But anyhow, that was part of the renovation we made 15 years ago of redoing these displays and taking away the brass rail and the landscaping and taking off the paint off of all of the all the limestone and restoring the limestone. So that's the condition back when. As Johan said, I think one of the most interesting things about the building is the way, the ingenious way it dealt with traffic and circulation, and the passageways, I think, could be strengthened in terms of their pedestrian experience by thinking of them more as arcades, and we just brought these two familiar references to all of us. The arcades, of which skylighted systems gave a very pleasant lighting system throughout the building. So we're just using those as a bit of a reference. Again, these are just the sections through the building. And this is the display system that was installed and approved in 2001, and that has served its purpose in time. And as technology advances, we would like to replace this large assembly of glass and aluminum with simply these 5 clusters of flat screen digital displays that have a very low profile and do not cover up as much of the existing limestone, and the square footage of display area is the same, but of course the square footage of the assembly is much reduced in that. And then at the end on the west wall, you see the inactive grill, and there's a proposal to replace that with a larger display than what is there now. So we see a view of the walkway now, and the proposal beyond the addition of the substitution of new displays is the introduction of these skylighted, illuminated components that provide a very nice light into the space. Light the limestone appropriately. We are still featuring the limestone on this side with some dedicated limestone wall washers on the piers, but these are essentially glass and bronze anodized, statuary bronze framed luminous panels that recall the skylights that we discussed before. So this is a view, of course, looking north towards Park Avenue and in the west arcade, and this is a view looking back towards Grand Central with the new lighting system and the existing storefronts and the new display systems and the replacement at the end. These section elevation of the looking towards the storefront, and of course back looking at the limestone panels where the ramp is coming down adjacent to the building lobby. These are the 5 flat screen panels and the additional one at the end of it. This shows the detailing for the panels. The ceiling height does not change. It is inserted into the ceiling. It's a continuous LED system. This is not to be a bright system, it's to be appropriately illuminated so that the architecture of the building is nicely illuminated and people feel that it's a safe, comfortable, and inviting place. It'll be trimmed in the statuary material with a safety glass labeling to it so that it has an appropriate look and feel. It's surrounded by the plaster reveal. And then this is the existing system that the younger Dan did 15 years ago that we are proposing to remove. Like I said, it was a glass and aluminum system with numerous penetrations, in covering of the limestone. And this is the system of 4 display flat screens trimmed so that you don't see the guts, and they essentially only project out 5 inches. And we've developed, I believe it's in this, is in here, right? There's a detail that we have where... It's hard to see on this. Right, but, right there, I'm sorry, it's right there.
Yeah.
That the penetrations are restricted to 4 penetrations to support the entire armature and all the screens. So we're doing our best to limit any damage to the underlying limestone. You see the ceiling plan, there are no changes to the coffered system under the roadway, and then you see the rhythm of the skylights, which are related to the opaque panel system that separates the roadway from these arcades. And then we're back to
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, Fred?
What are we going to see on those screens? Are we going to see still images, or are we going to see movies, animations?
As you know, I can't answer that fully, but there's a display.
I'm not even sure it matters.
Display screen has that flexibility.
Yeah, right.
My understanding is that there would be a combination of both static and dynamic, no audio related to this at all. Primarily static images as they are now. I believe that the ones on the soffits do have dynamic images on them, movie images.
Yes, I do, and then Michael.
Sure, I'm not entirely clear. The arcades you showed, what the reference is, because you're just installing a sort of large lighting system, a large lighting system panel, right? In what sense does it have a relationship with an arcade?
The idea, many of those arcades did have railings over them. They were covered and they made to simulate skylights.
Right, but the volume was changed. I mean, you got some kind of relief.
Well, we're not changing it. We did look at the profile and thought because the roof was the ceiling was always flat, that a flat skylighted system was the most appropriate. We did look at the profile of it and just thought that making a profile changed it fundamentally from what it was.
Do you have any of the old drawings of what the ceiling was?
No, we don't. We have not been able to.
Okay, any other questions?
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Follow up. So the soffits are going to have moving images. Where is that?
At the ends of the walkway where it drops down.
Is it both ends or just one end?
Both ends.
Yeah, so that image, to my understanding, has been a moving image, right? Whereas the rest of them on the sidewalls are static.
Right, but that's not necessarily going to be the rule, intended to be the rule.
It's not a soffit either, but anyway.
Okay, are there any other questions?
Just to clarify Dan's comments, so...
Yes.
I'm sorry, Eric Schlems with RXR Realty. As it stands now, the screens on the long walls are static images. The screens on the two head ends are video displays. So currently, those ones have a movie type dynamic image playing through them. The others are static right now, as it stands now. When we do the renovation, the new screens obviously have the technology that they could be one or the other in all cases. So it's not necessarily a rule that we intend to have that there be dynamic images in one particular screen and static images in another.
I have a question for Mark, actually. The internal, these arcades, they are a part of our, right, even though, so it's an sort of individual, because it goes through the public, yeah, okay.
It's not an interior land,
So it's like a facade.
But also, you asked Mark, do we have control over?
The commission historically have taken control over these kinds of images, whether they occur in marquees or other forms of that.
So unlike plantings, we don't control plantings per se, but we control.
Well, these are not. So these are.
I'm on top of my game here, yes, let's go with it.
I guess I just would like the applicants to perhaps speak to the issue of the appropriateness of having kinetic images, even though the technology supports it. Why is that appropriate within a building? It seems very discordant with the historic aspect of the building.
Just that it's moving, or that it, why? It's one thing for, why?
In other words,
That it's moving.
Well, in my opinion, I think it's somewhat discordant. Maybe it's just the obvious sort of clash of modern-day technology with the historic aspects of the building. Also, I think, we see kinetic images in certain neighborhoods. I don't know if we think it's appropriate over here, but it's, I'm asking the question. So maybe they can respond to that.
More questions or responses?
If you can respond to that, and then we'll take more questions.
I think the essence of this space as a very important circulation space as people traverse from especially Grand Central to the northern part of Park Avenue, having an interest of displays reinforces the activity in that space, and I don't think it complements the retail activity that surrounds the building and surrounds the area.
Yes, Diana and then Kim.
Yeah, I would say to me that the difference is a bit that, this modern technology equivalent of a poster is more interactive. That there is some sense that you're interacting because you're visually responding and things are changing often also. I'm not necessarily opposed to that in general. I think that as we go forward, we're going to see more and more of it. The question is obviously in certain locations whether it's appropriate or not. But because it's potentially more distracting from the historic artifact if there's something really that you want the person to be looking at other than those images, because it has an interactive quality. But at the same time, if it's a very busy location and the surround is not something that is particularly distinguished, I don't know that, it's necessarily, it's part of our modern fabric. And the question is it interfering with the historic fabric in this sense, is the case?
Yes.
May I respond just to a few additional things? One thing, of course, there has historically been signage and displays of different sorts in this location. These are the earliest photos that we found. But there may very well have been displays in this location before this. Secondly, I think it's just important to note that although this is an exterior location, it's technically part of the exterior designation, it's not something that you immediately apprehend when you look at the building. This is a small confined space, so this is not in any way sort of detracting from the overall architectural qualities of the building.
Okay. Kim, you had a question, right?
Well, I had a comment mainly in support of Diana's.
Right, let's see, are there any speakers on the side?
I have one more question.
Yes, you have a question?
Yeah, on the Vanderbilt side, the windows, we're changing from this incredible multi-light windows. Are the multi-light windows original?
That's far from that.
Are there any speakers on the side end?
I would speak.
Yes, Christopher.
Christopher Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. The previous approval, which we didn't support, we thought was extremely detrimental to the character of the building. And I'm delighted to hear that this is being questioned now, because indeed it should be. The idea of promenading down a series of moving illuminated signs is just so contrary to what an arcade has ever been. It completely will alter the experience of the building, and I think you should seriously consider, if Mark says you have the authority to do so, you should seriously consider reversing this, which has not been an attraction. It was said years ago that this would bring people in, but now they're still trying to bring people in, so I don't know what that tells you. Anyhow, we would be delighted to see that advertising modified or removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so, let me just read into the record and note into the record what the community board said. Okay, so there were two applications. In the first case, let's see, they recommend approval, but they urge the applicant to find an alternative ADA-compliant access to the western retail space via the West Helmsley Walk to reduce the need for exterior ramps. And they recommend denial of the application for alterations to the East Helmsley and West Helmsley walk pedestrian walkways. And I think in particular they note that they don't support the LED advertising panels from way back when, I guess from 2013. Okay. Any other questions? We can close the hearing. Okay. Yes, comments? Kim, you were going to say something.
It was mainly about the LED panels, in that I don't mind the moving, active panels. They don't have to be advertising, but considering it's part of pretty much the system that's coming out of Grand Central, and like other terminals and airports, it's like a long corridor going that way, and so it can be informational. It doesn't have to all be advertising or advertising in a little information, but I see the need for it, that you're in this long corridor, and why be looking at blank walls when you can actually get some information out of it.
Right, okay. Yes.
I think that a lot about the application is really good. I think that in terms of the exterior stuff, I think the stuff along the north side of the building is totally fine. I think the ramps are sensitively done. I think that the windows along Vanderbilt should be reconsidered. I think that the removal of original material, there's plenty of great storefronts in historic districts that have mullions in them, and I would ask the applicant to figure out a way to, and there's evidence in this building that the architect originally had a variety of window types, so I think the argument about uniformity is an aesthetic one and not a historic one. So I think that the applicant should relook at the Vanderbilt Avenue side and try to retain the historic material. I think lowering the sills is okay, but I think that we should try to not only retain the historic material, but try to retain more of the spirit of the differences between the facades that the architect was trying to achieve. Knowing that they were for maybe different uses, maybe they were not fronts, but I think there's a possibility for a mix between open and gridded that would both preserve more historic material, preserve more of the spirit of the original, and facilitate the adaptive reuse of that area if that's what, from a bank to more retail. In terms of the arcades, I think that
I differentiate between the signs that are on the sides and the signs that are on the soffits. For me, the signs that are on the sides are a dramatic improvement over what was there, or what's there now. I think that the fact that they're centered, that they're consistent with the architecture of the arcade, and they're minimalist, and they're scaled in such a way that they're kind of deferent to the overall rhythm of the arcade, I think, and the fact that they're oblique to you. You're moving this way and they're on your side. I think that all those factors for me make those signs a significant improvement over what's there. I think that the soffits are a bit more problematic for me. I think that they're the things that you stare at for your entire walk. I think that they were never, clearly nothing was intended as signage in this space. I mean, or at least we don't have any evidence of there having been provisions for signs in these places. And judging from the rest of Grand Central, I don't sense that was kind of part of the thing. I mean, Fred would know a whole lot better than me, but I don't think that this is a place where we would have expected signage, advertising. And certainly I think those soffits are problematic, especially if they're going to be moving. I would say that if they were art pieces, let's say, that were not commercial in nature, that were something, Empire State Building or something, I don't know, something that was not kinetic and commercial in nature, I think would be okay, perhaps. I prefer that there be nothing on them, but I think that they're the problem for me.
Others? Yes, Fred?
I think I echo your thoughts, Michael, and maybe others, in the nature of the arcade. I think this is a really interesting problem, and not just this, but maybe other cases. These arcades are almost like tunnels, really it's not what I call an arcade, which I know they're called arcades, but arcade usually has an open end, light comes in, so forth. This is, you're in a very specialized environment here, and I can see, one step ahead with technology going the way it is. We could see it in a few years, not that this is being proposed, I know that, but could be, a whole environment in there with projections and all sorts of crazy report that you see in Las Vegas and so forth. And at some point, and I'm just positing at what point, is it inappropriate in a historic setting as this is. I'm not sure this is inappropriate, but I'm just saying I think we have to watch out for that. And this issue of is it moving or not moving is, technology lets us do all sorts of things. Holograms could be walking with us. I mean, who knows what's going to be going on in here. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. It's sort of I think it's a very interesting problem. I agree with Michael's assessment of the flat screens. It's been put in testimony that they will be flat and not moving. The ends.
Whether they were not proposing to restrict themselves to that. That's what they are now.
Oh, that's what they're going to, I see, okay. And
the commissioners
need to opine on that issue, about whether, not just on the soffit, but all of them.
And unlike plants, you feel we can do that? Correct. Okay.
But we cannot regulate its content, so we can't
Well, not
say
content.
art versus advertising.
That's right.
But we can say if it moves or not moves.
Commission has routinely looked at these things, like, signage on storefronts. We don't want to see big video screens and other,
But Meenakshi brought up something. Can we or can we not say art versus commercial?
We can't mandate the content.
Okay, because we've done stuff where people have said specifically, this area of display is art and not commercial, and we've made comments in that context.
What we've said sometimes is we've said that we will allow something because it's art where we wouldn't necessarily allow it if it was an advertising sign. And I think in that sense, that's a distinction we can make. If it's going to be okay.
But it seems, the proposal before us, it seems like it's all advertising signs or accessory signs.
We assume so.
They're commercial signs.
I just want to just say one more thing, finishing up with my thought, which is directly to this. I understand the issue about the lighting on the ceiling and that it's meant to evoke Milano or some version of that. I look at it, it looks like it could be a drop ceiling in any, a very generic, very ordinary, and I'm even questioning the quality of light, probably that's not what we judge, but the fixture itself does not, in my judgment, at least now, seem to evoke anything about arcades, historic arcades or grand places, so I just wonder about that.
Diana? I wanted to ask a question about, did we approve some signage similar to this at Rockefeller Center, other places? Just, I was wondering if we, where we have already, because we have.
I know that we've done sort of, I think, kinetic signs on Times Square. Sarah?
Yeah, that's what I was interested in.
Because I know there we've had, I think it's the Knickerbocker, there was, I think, moving signs on the second floor.
The marquees in Times Square, I think those marquees
The
would be...
marquees, but there's also, I think, LED signage that they've allowed there.
Someplace.
Yes.
Things here, as well as the Apollo Theater. So we have approved these kinds of walking, internal, and Paramount Theater as well.
Diana, were you speaking?
Just a question. I just wanted to, well, I do agree with Michael's remarks about the soffits, that I think they're much more distracting than the signs on the side of the tunnel.
Yes, with the fascia. Yes.
I sort of agree with Fred. I think he raises, and so does Michael, raised the interesting point, and specifically to the lighting. I think the currently, if you look at this, sort of the diffuse lighting on the side, and about that tunnel experience to me is really, and so I'm thinking about, all the walkway experience that we have on the subway system, whether they're art or they're billboards or things like that. But I think in this case, the thing that bothers me is what Fred mentioned about, I think that new lighting that's on the ceiling looks to me like it doesn't add to enhance to the quality of the space in this historic tunnel that so many people are going to walk by. I just wonder whether they have any lighting consultant that are helping with the, because this is a very soft light, and then...
Yes, they should do moving image.
Yeah.
LED displays on the ceiling.
Well, if you would have reserved that space for that 3 months free experience, that's a different...
It's sort of like not going, it's neither the tunnel nor the arcade, it needs to go one way or the other, so I think what you're saying, yeah.
I think it's an interesting dilemma for us, whether you walk through a long space and what are you expecting the public to feel, and I think that's interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it seems lighting the ceiling and leaving aside sort of the details, I think is a good thing for the arcades. I think it's good to bring more light in this and make it more inviting. And my only concern about the moving images is that this doesn't feel like Times Square, and if you walk around, even though it's not a historic district, when you walk around a lot of the historic buildings in Grand Central, this is not really part of the vocabulary, and so I just have some pause allowing it. We've been quite strict in other cases when they've been sort of flashing signs and display windows, at least raise that as a question whether it works well or detracts from the historic sort of aspects of the building. This is somewhat unusual because it's not the exterior of the building, but it's within our purview, and it's unclear whether this itself would have been sort of an interior landmark and another set of circumstances. But it just seems that a better approach would just be to have, just not having the moving images. You still have, I think, visual interest. You still have lighting. You still, enhance the space. You have the retail windows as well. So I think that I just find, the kinetic aspect of it problematic, but because we can't even sort of control what those images are, it becomes very complicated.
And so what if we go back to the art discussion? Because is it an issue that it's moving or not moving, or is it an issue of, as others have pointed out, that would be disturbing about it, it has to do with the commercial aspect. So commercial versus art, which is sort of absent brand or absent, I mean, I'm
Okay, let me ask the commissioners to move this along. First, on other aspects, let's say the exterior aspects, is the commission okay with the changes?
I'm in agreement with Michael about the Vanderbilt side windows, yeah.
Yeah, and the Vanderbilt is, sorry?
I agree with him that they should maintain.
So maintain the multi-light along Vanderbilt?
And I agree with both of them. They should maintain.
Right.
I'm okay with using the fabric in the wall.
And so, okay, so now we're getting to the arcade. So the idea of changing, so there's a couple of aspects. One is they're putting new displays, right, which are smaller than what they have right now, along the sides. I think the commission's okay with that, leaving aside the kinetic image for a moment, but we're okay with that. So then we have the image which is at the ends, and I think there's some commissioners who feel that that's not necessary, or, I don't know, I'm trying to gauge.
Yeah, I say no.
Okay, all right.
I could deal with them as non-commercial.
I could too. If they were a clock, it would be nice.
I mean, I don't think these were not composed facades. You know, one was a louver and one was blank, so I don't think that we're talking about covering over significant material per se.
Right.
I think it's the commercialization and the potential for basically, you know, trailers to Disney movies or, you know, commercials for whatever.
Well, I think what's before us is that this is commercial. I don't think they've come up with, I don't think they're proposing art as a part of this.
Nothing would be fine, but if they wanted to.
So, Commissioners, I just want to point out that we've...
Clarify what...
Well, in the past, we have approved, there is an LED, Commission-approved sign at that location. The proposal is to replace it and put it in a new location. This is where the Commission approved it in the past, the image on the right.
That horizontal
So
bar.
a few years ago, on the south end, we've approved this, and this one right beneath the grill.
I see, okay.
And those were the only two LED screens, the screens approved at that time and proposed at that time. And the issue that commissioners had previously was that you were able to see beneath the attachment points and installation details. So commissioners requested that they come back and they proposed kind of like a cove to hide that, so that when you were going underneath, you wouldn't see that, and that's what they did in response to the commissioners' comments.
So that's what we approved before, and now what are they
So then they're proposing to remove these two screens and install larger screens, one in this location here, and then removing the grill and installing a new screen here.
So they'll become larger.
Correct.
And are the screens right now kinetic, or are they...
I was just there, and they do, it's kind of, they're still, but they keep moving, so they're not like, they're there for like...
Okay, they're not moving images, but they phase in and phase out?
Yeah, they phase in, they phase out. It's one thing, another building, it's constantly
Like the Wi-Fi.
And it's advertising, or it's
It's RXR, it showed ownership, it showed random, like, buildings, other buildings, not necessarily the Helmsley building, construction workers, it was random images that would come up.
So what it is, I think it's similar to maybe what we've been looking at the kiosks, where every few, it's a still image that changes every few seconds or on a regular.
But what are they proposing to us right now?
signage, commercial signage, billboard, you know, sign, that size. Video screen.
Right, and just to clarify, when we approved these LED panels, were they for, leaving aside what they're showing right now, were they for commercial use, or was it for informational, or?
So at the time, it was different ownership,
Yes.
and at that time, they'd stated, oh, we just, show, it was like Monday Properties, and would show, different facts about the building. It wasn't
an advertising sign where they'd sell it to Winston.
Per se, yeah. It's more...
It wasn't, the way it was presented was not, the intent was that they would show some images there, not necessarily, advertising, but I also believe they also left it to another like they contracted that part out so that someone else would be taking care of the images that would be proposed at these screens.
So Commissioners, again, so the proposal is to replace the grill with the sign, with the screen. And in speaking with the team back here, they are okay with a still image that changes every few, however often you want it to change, but it wouldn't be a movie.
Okay, it wouldn't be moving, it would be like phasing in and phasing out, so you wouldn't see a trailer of the latest Star Wars or something.
Right.
So in that regard, it's no different from the side. The side.
All of them, right?
They're all the same. Right.
Well, we'll agree to all of them, right?
Correct.
I could support that. You were okay with the kinetic images, so you should be okay with this as well.
Advertising or not?
Somehow the lighting, the new proposed lighting still bothers me. Not that I'm against adding more lighting, just that I had always had an interest in lighting, and if you look at skylight, the true genuine skylight, the Yale has a very good skylight expert, both daylighting and in terms of artificial lighting. You really need a surface to bounce the light, so therefore it's not so much as directly casting the light, and which creates. The reason I'm saying that is I wonder whether they will probably they thought it through about the diffuse quality. When you have a surface area like you have on the cove, you bounce down the light. Even with the same LED lighting, it would be a lot softer and cause a thing. Whereas a direct light just wash the whole space.
It's a light box.
Yeah.
I mean, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think I agree with what Fred said in terms of, I don't think it's necessary, for me anyway, what I heard from Fred was, I don't think it was the light quality alone perhaps, but more the pattern, the scale, the repetitiveness, the fact that it has the proportions of a lay and light.
Well, I think it's the fixture that we control, not the quality of light. I think the quality of light is wrong. I think it should be episodic, but I don't think that's
But I would say, well, Commissioner Swell, it's true that we don't regulate light. I have learned from the architect that the intensity of the light would change during the day. It's less bright during the day, and it becomes more intense at night, but that's...
I think what might be a good suggestion that they could think about would be to look at Grand Central, at the Warren and Wetmore work, this building itself, and maybe it's not the light per se, but the shape of the fixture, the spacing of the panels.
I think you're responding to sort of the design that they've...
Right, which is what is within our purview. I'm not trying to say they should change the LED wattage or something. I think that, looking at traditional skylights or traditional glass ceilings, both, within, work of this nature, within this building, look at the fenestration on this building. I think take a little more inspiration, tie it in a little bit more to the specifics of this place. I think it would have a better result.
Right, and just to add to that, they have enough room, it seems to me, to, beyond the fixture issue, to have some kind of articulation, like a coffering of some kind that's very shallow, that starts to give it, and then a fixture within that, if I think might help, rather than this kind of dropped ceiling, as Michael was saying.
Okay, so this is what I suggest. I suggest that because there are two applications, why don't we go ahead with the application of exterior, because I think that's much more clear. I think our only recommendation or modification is that they retain the multi-light windows because they're historic along Vanderbilt. And those tenant spaces are large, and they actually have frontage on both sides, so it seems that they want more transparency. They're going to get it on 46th Street. And in terms of the arcade, I think we'll ask them to come back, and because I think the lighting at the roof of the arcade, it cannot be resolved over here. I think it's really about design. It's not something we can also ask staff to work on. So even if it's not about the illumination level, but it's about the actual fixtures, and it's not detailed enough here, and I think they should think about that and how it relates to, the other, just the other features within the space. Okay? So why don't we And from that perspective, we'll also ask them to clarify a little bit more about the LED lighting so that it's clear to us what we're talking about. I think they've heard some of our concerns and they can come back with that and explain what they're willing to change. Okay, so Michael? So I think it's the first one.
Second.
Oh, it's the second one.
So the second one is, yes, this one.
Okay, regarding 230 Park Avenue at the New York Central/Helmsley building, an individual landmark, the application is to amend a storefront and signage master plan approved by under C of A number 043007 and to install ramps. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the removal of the metal doors and display windows and infill at the fourth westernmost bay, 3 eastern bays at East 46th Street facade will not eliminate any significant historic fabric, that the display windows at the 3 eastern storefront bays at East 46th Street will be replaced within the existing openings, these historic granite bulkheads will remain, that the proposed infill consisting of metal display windows and doors in a tripartite configuration will be consistent with the materials, details, and finish of the master plan approved storefront, that although enlarging the ground floor masonry openings at East 46th Street and Vanderbilt Avenue will result in the removal of some original historic fabric, the portions of the plain granite bulkhead will be retained. That the proposed broken pediment above East 46th Street entrance will match the existing pediment at Vanderbilt Avenue entrance in terms of design, details, and material. That the height of the lower bulkheads at the western storefronts will closely match the height and proportions of existing bulkheads at the eastern storefronts, thereby resulting in a more symmetrical treatment of the infill of this Beaux-Arts style building. That the increased transparency of the display windows of these openings will create a more harmonious commercial base consistent with other storefronts along East 45th Street and Helmsley Walk east and west. That the illuminated signage will be simple in design and set back 12 inches hanging behind the storefront display windows and therefore will not detract from significant monumental openings at the base of the building. That the size and scale of the proposed signage will not impact the transparency of the new enlarged storefront windows. That the proposed ramps at the East 46th Street and Vanderbilt Avenue entrances featuring granite, bronze railings will match the materials found at the paving at the East 46th Street at East 46th Street and at the building. That the simple design and discrete placement of the ramps will not call undue attention to the installation, and that overall, the proposed work at the ground floor will complement the significant architectural features and character of this historic individual landmark. However, I recommend that the multi-light windows on Vanderbilt be retained or replaced in an enlarged opening with a new window that will recall the material and configuration of the original windows, and that as much original historic material as possible be retained.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item 16. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough Manhattan, docket number 182059. This is 2 Park Avenue, the 2 Park Avenue building, an individual landmark. This is an Art Deco-style office tower designed by Jacques and built in 1926 to 28. The application is to replace storefront infill.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Julianne Wiesner, Community Preservation Staff. 2 Park Avenue is an individual landmark located on the east side of Park Avenue and occupying the entire block between East 32nd and East 33rd Streets. The proposal is to replace the storefront infill located at the southwestern end of the 32nd Street facade. The storefront is currently obscured by a sidewalk shed and the fixed awnings have been removed. Historic condition photographs of the storefront have not been found. There is a storefront master plan for this building approved by the Commission in 2008, but this one storefront here is not included in the plan. We are uncertain of the exact date of construction of the existing storefront. The other storefronts at the building are all modern replacements, and the master plan allows for black painted metal and glass storefronts featuring single fixed display windows. Now I'd like to introduce the architect Steve Garrigan, who will describe the proposal in more detail.
Commissioners and Preservation staff. My name is Stephen Garrick, and I'm with Diaz Architects. As was explained, yes, we are here at the property at 2 Park Avenue. Was constructed by Eli Jacques Kahn. It's a building that we're very pleased to be working at. And it is most known for its art detail and colorful terracotta facade. The application as described is for the replacement of the infill storefront at the restaurant space located on East 32nd Street with light or in-kind materials color as to maintain the general appearance of the storefront. The existing storefront system is painted steel framing with 5 pairs of central steel in-swing doors for outdoor dining and 2 pairs of flanking out-swing steel doors for ingress and egress. All doors have single pane glass and a decorative wood infill at the base. Above are 2 rows of stacked single pane glass at the transom. At the flanking pair of doors, the storefront cants inward to expose its marble stoop. The existing application as it is would maintain that existing canted geometry and the marble stoop. The existing wall, as was mentioned, is not original to the building. We understand it was replaced somewhere in the mid-90s, but since it has become a very treasured artifact to the community, the existing canopy design, go back here, is not part of the application at this time. However, it is something that is a treasured component. The owner wishes to maintain its geometry, which reflects a likeness to a restaurant in Paris, which the interior of the restaurant was designed for. Due to the nature of the steel when paired with core protection and waterproofing efforts, the entire system has fallen to deterioration that has limited its operability. Here we'd like to share with you 2 photographs to just document that level of deterioration. On the left, we show the deteriorated door framing and hardware. And on the right, we show you a photograph from the interior, where the existing restaurant tenant has used the tools familiar to him to secure the door shut using forks and knives. The working of the doors does not permit the doors to easily close anymore. The use of hardware as locking device is not part of our application, I'm pleased to announce. We have a couple more images to share with you to further document the deterioration, which at much part occurs at the base, which has very little waterproofing. And only the slope of the sidewalk to deter water from it. On the right, you can see there are some small connections to building systems which penetrate through the wood-based panels, which are consistent with all fixed and operable panels. Here we continue. These are the upper transom. As mentioned, was the 2 rows of fixed glass. To those horizontals are secured a stamped metal decoration, which would be returned in the replacement. And at this point, several efforts to repair that have occurred and are really at the end of their ability to do so. Once again, the space has a master plan. The master plan adopted very contemporary storefront materials, which we see in the upper photograph. At the corner of the property is a chased branch, which demonstrates that the master plan materiality. The materiality would not reflect the character, the architectural character of the space, and at the point of the master plan definition, this restaurant was omitted from that plan so that it would be able to have its own character upon replacement of components. The yellow color and canopy are here, and again, as mentioned, we intend to maintain a lot of that as aesthetic. The canopy, again, reflective of a alternate site in Paris, which the design was mimicked from. Here we have, we're showing some details and our streetline elevation. At the west end of 32nd Street, we have our loading dock, which is next to the infill restaurant, and at the corner of Park Avenue and 32nd, we show our Chase branch. We have gone ahead to document many of the existing construction details so that we can create documents that mimic those sight lines and detailing, again, using steel. There will be one departure from the existing in the application that we intend to replace single pane glass with an insulated glass assembly. And the components for that, of course, would be consistent with that, with a double pane glass. Take forward. Again, using more common steel stock components to replicate the existing design. And again, as is at the existing on the left, you can see there is a wood panel infill, which again, we would look to reproduce, replicate in the new construction of the storefront. And that's our presentation. Thank you. Any questions?
Just, can you just put up what you're proposing?
The proposing
Yeah.
is, again, it's a very similar design to the existing. What we're doing is we are, again, replacing the existing steel framing system, which is infill to the marble structure of the building along 32nd Street. The doors at the street level are below the 2 rows of transom glass and are all being recreated, reconstructed to mimic that existing aesthetic.
Okay. Any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Community Board 5 recommends approval of this application. Okay, if there are no questions, we can close the hearing. Comments? Yes, Michael.
I agree with you. I read the staff comment. I think the only thing about suggestion maybe the only decided additional nature.
Okay, any other comments? All right, are the commissioners okay with the awnings, or would prefer to see them with an open skirt as we've seen others? Okay. Yes.
Open side of the...
Yeah, open side. Okay.
In light of Tupac Avenue building is an individual landmark. The application is to replace the storefront infill, noting that a master plan governing the future installation of the storefront at this individual landmark was approved under Certificate of Appropriateness 09-4003 issue on August 21st, 2008. That the storefront to be replaced was not included in the master plan. I recommend approval with minor modification, finding that the no documentation original storefront infill at these bays remain, and all of the other storefronts at the building base are modern installations. That the existing storefront infill appears to be of an early building alteration, and its replacement is warranted due to its deteriorated condition. That the proposed storefront infill closely matching the existing will be in keeping with infill approved as part of a master plan for other storefront at this building, and with storefront infill typically found at buildings of this type, style, and age in terms of its alignment with the facade and predominance of transparency. And that although the design of the proposed storefront infill will not be consistent with the master plan in terms of its proportions, configuration, details, and incorporation of woodwork. These differences will be a harmonious presence at this building due to the specific circumstances of these bays, including their shorter height and their location near the end of the southern facade, adjacent to the service entries. That the storefront infill will be well scaled to the base, simple in compositional organization, and unified in design and details, and that the relatively simple design storefront infill will remain a subordinate presence in relation to the significant architectural features of the large Art Deco style building. However, I find that the reinstallation of a large fixed awning will draw undue attention to themselves, so that the applicant work for the staff to install the open-sided canopy instead.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item is item 17. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 184635. This is 162 Fifth Avenue, located within the Ladies Mile Historic District. So those are style store and loft buildings designed by Buckman and Fox and built in 1903. The application is to install entrance infill, a marquee, and rooftop mechanical equipment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Timothy Shaw, Preservation Staff. 162 Fifth Avenue is located at the northwest corner of Fifth Avenue and West 21st Street within the Ladies Mile Historic District. The application is for the installation of new entrance infill, marquees, and signage at the West 21st Street facade. The installation of new and expanded mechanical equipment and bulkheads on the roof. Please note that the installation of new louvers at the West 21st Street facade and new lot line windows and other window replacements shown on the plans meet our rules for staff level approval. Cast staff will work. Higgins Quaid of Markham Partners will present the proposal for encouragement.
Thank you, Tim. I'm Cass Stackenberg, Higgins Quaid of Markham Partners. Before I get into the presentation, I just wanted to introduce Jim Simons from the Simons Foundation, who is our client on the project. The program for this building is somewhat unusual, and we actually think quite exciting, and we thought it might be interesting for the commissioners to hear about how the building is going to be used before we get into the design presentation.
Okay, well, thanks for entertaining us here. We have a foundation which is presently occupying most of the building just across 21st, West 21st Street, that's at 160. And our foundation was started by my wife, who's sitting there, and me, about 22 years ago, actually. And it's a charitable foundation, and it's gradually morphed into one that primarily supports basic science. That's our main mission. We support mathematics, physics, astronomy, a good deal of life science. We have, I think we're the largest funder of autism research in the United States. It's a comprehensive foundation in support of basic science. We have a little bit of outreach and education, but that's the main objective. Now, a couple of years ago, 3, I guess, 2.5, we began to bring in, the research that we support is conducted at universities and research centers around the world, mostly in the United States. But we got the idea to do some research in-house, not wet labs, but computational type research. And this was in life science, taking data and analyzing, get better algorithms for analyzing data, and so on. And that has been a very good success. And so we've determined to create an institute with several divisions, all doing computational science. The next unit to come in is astrophysics, which is going to be headed by someone. It's going to be Princeton to head this up. And there'll be 2 or maybe 3 other units. In total, we'll have about 200 to 250 people doing science, computational science. And we needed a great deal more space to do that. This building is directly across the street from our present building. The new entrance will be almost across the street, directly from the present entrance to 160. And that's what we want to do in this building. We wanted to buy it, but we weren't able to buy it, but we're taking a 35-year lease on the space. And in that connection, we're going to upgrade the building substantially. The air conditioning systems and the heating systems and the elevators and the electrical capacity, all kinds of stuff like that. So that's what's going to go on in this building. scientific research, computation. We'll have a big computer facility. So, well, we're happy to be here. Hope that Friday gets approved.
Thank you. Are you occupying the entire building or only a portion of it?
We're going to occupy the entire building except for the first floor.
Okay.
And that will continue, well, right now, it's a city back there. And that'll stay with the present owner, so in effect, it'll kind of be condominiumized. We'll have everything but that, and we'll have that, and therefore we'll not be subject to real estate taxes. Not the problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. So it's an unusual program, and perhaps the proposed work is not as interesting as what's going to happen inside, but we did want to just introduce you to Mr. Simons and tell you a bit about what will be happening. So as Tim said, this is 162 Fifth Avenue. It's on the northwest corner of Fifth Avenue and 21st Street in the Ladies Mile Historic District, an 11-story store loft building from 1903. We've gone through the scope of work. There's an existing service entry here on the far west side of the 21st Street elevation, and the proposal is to replace the non-historic canopies with new canopies and modify the infill and install new systems on the roof and upgrade the elevators. The elevators will not be going to the roof, but the increase in the bulkhead is necessary for code-compliant upgrades to the elevator itself. Lot line windows, as Tim said, would be part of a staff level package we're working with staff on. Some existing photos of the building, the primary corner, this is the 21st Street side and the 5th Avenue side. This is the 5th Avenue frontage, a sort of typical Ladies Mile Street frontage where you have these tall store and loft buildings adjacent to smaller historically residential buildings converted to commercial uses. And the 5th Avenue entry on the lower right there, no change on to the building entry or any of the work at that part of the building. Down 21st Street, there is a loading zone that has been used historically for the building. There are 3 elevators that run right behind me. This is a door that connects to an egress stair, so there's an elevator here, here, and here. And the proposal is to maintain this masonry pier, but modify the infill here. This was historically another storefront bay. This will be modified. There's been a mezzanine that's been cut in here. This will be opened up with new glass and metal infill that will serve as an entry for the Institute. And then some detailed photos of the canopy here. This is a sort of a painted sheet metal cladding. We've looked very closely at some of the historical photos. I'll show you, compare them to these to see how this canopy has changed to understand this is not the one that appears in some of the historic photos that are in our set. And then the infill below the canopy, a combination of stucco and painted masonry. Up at the roof, a few views to show you what's up there. This is the existing elevator bulkhead in the southwest corner of the building. This is a new building to the west that's currently being constructed, and then views out east and then to the south. Some detailed views of the upper portions of the building. There's some interesting shutters. These are going to be salvaged and reinstalled as part of the window enlargement program that we're working with the staff on. So turning to that historic photo, so the view on the right is from 1922, the 1940 tax photo on the left. You can see here this has been sort of a loading zone historically. Looking at that photograph compared to what's there now, the tiebacks, which land sort of midpoint here in this canopy are actually attached to the front edge, and the slope is a bit different, and it looks actually like there may have been some cresting historically on the front edge of that. So what we're proposing is to replace that with 2 smaller canopies, and we'll show you designs of that in just a minute. And with this, I'll turn it to Nick Leahy from Perkins Eastman, who will take you through the design presentation.
So it's organized existing elevation, proposed elevation, and this is the 5th Avenue elevation with the equipment set back on the top, and then there's an L-shaped protrusion. We are adjusting one of the windows on the end, adding a fire-rated window. This is the 21st Street elevation. Again, this is the loading zone, this is the area, and I'll take you through in some detail about the entrance there. And then this is the penthouse for the elevators, which we're extending. And then we are reorganizing, because we're putting in a centralized system, because all the floors are now one tenant, it means that we can minimize the number of louvers and organize the facade a little better. These are just west elevations, again, looking at how we're putting in new lot line windows and how we're reorganizing that. So the reason for these lot line windows is the concept behind the design is a sort of academic loft, so we're trying to get as much light into the floor as possible. And so the organization allows us to put, these windows allows us to make a much more friendly floor. This is the existing entrance, freight entrance, one freight elevator that has an opening out onto 21st Street. As Kaz explained, this is just currently the freight entrance and then some exit work. We are reorganizing this and reorientating the building so that that becomes the main entrance for the Flatiron Institute, which is directly opposite their current office space. And we are retaining the main entrance on Fifth Avenue. We're just eventually removing those elevators, replacing these elevators. Those are the original elevators of the building, upgrading them and making those the main elevators for the building. We talked a little bit about this. This just shows you, we'll remove this canopy, we'll retain the basic architecture and infill with sensitive materials that work with the whole architecture. So above is the existing elevation and of the base, and below is our proposed alteration. As you can see, the architecture is arranged with two major bays and then an organization of bay windows along here. We're going to keep that rhythm. We're going to put in a new entranceway, which is glass. We're going to pick up on the materials of the existing storefronts. These are currently being restored under a different application. We'll retain the frieze along here and we will extend an element across there. We're putting in infill panels in here of slate and then two new canopies, one over the freight and one over the main entrance. So just a little bit closer view. Some detailed elevations. This is the entrance to the fire stair. We're reconfiguring the fire stair a little bit on the inside. This will be the exit out. The freight, which will have a sliding door over it so it can close and be used, but also have a canopy, and then the main entrance. A section of the existing canopy and then the proposed canopy. The line of the proposed canopy lines up with transom of the bay windows. So we've picked up this line through as a line for the canopy. This is the new entrance, which is in material, the same material as this, but also similar to the entrance across the way. And then we're proposing to use the Hevermore slate in here. The reason we selected that material is it's a reference to the mathematics that are going on within the building, and it actually goes into the lobby. This is a perspective view. The canopy is fairly simple. There will be stainless steel lettering on the sides we're proposing, but it will be clad in the statuary bronze to match the infill that's going on there. The proposed lighting and fixtures that have to go around the entrance. Some precedents in the immediate area. This is the entrance, current entrance to the Simons Foundation that's directly opposite, more or less, within a few feet, and we will replicate that entrance piece. Quickly, as Tim mentioned, we're refiguring the windows and putting in some, we need some fresh air, but we minimize
Okay, this
the
is
number.
at staff level?
Sorry?
Is this being done at staff level, or is
That's
this?
being done at staff
Okay, so
level.
let's skip
Yeah.
through the things that have been
Okay.
done at staff level.
This is at staff level. So, looking at the work on the roof, we're putting in a mechanical system for the whole building. Because it's computational science, they have a very hefty computational thing in the basement. They need a centralized system, so we're adding a cooling tower, an emergency generator, and then we also have to upgrade the existing elevators, which are literally original, so they're very, very slow, which means that we have to extend the elevator penthouse in order to accommodate that. We located the mechanical equipment as far away from the principal facade as we can, but we also had to locate it directly over the structural grid of the existing building, which is why that's why it's in that location. This is the existing plan of the elevator. This is the staircase. This is the platform that supports the mechanical equipment, and then this is the extended penthouse. The plan of that penthouse. We have to maintain exits from that roof, so that means that we have to provide an exit to that staircase. So that makes this elevator penthouse slightly deeper. Views of sightlines. So from Fifth Avenue, you won't see it. It's at the back of the building. From 21st Street. You'll see in the mock-up, it's slightly worked within the angle. And then, this section I think is the most important thing to explain. So the existing penthouse, the elevator didn't go to the roof. We are not proposing to take our elevator to the roof. However, we do need to provide access to that staircase. So that means that we have to extend this up, and then this is an elevator machine. So we've kept these to the absolute minimum that we can in order to provide access to the roof.
So the elevator is not going to the roof?
Elevator is not going to the roof.
So like this is for just bringing equipment up on top of the elevator so you can unload it through the top of the
Yes, if we can do that, yes. We looked at previously bringing the elevator to the roof, but it added another 6 or 7 feet to the bulkhead. And we'll show you the existing bulkhead. So this is precedence of the existing rooftop structures in the neighborhood. Here's a plan showing the views that we took with the mock-up, which we mocked up with scaffold pipe. So this is organized existing view. This is a view of our mock-up with the frame mount for the shape, and then this is a rendering filling in the view. So this is a view where you will see a part of the bulkhead from across the street, looking northeast, I guess. This is a view looking across the street on 21st Street. If you look up, this is the existing. You can just make out the top of the scaffold pipe, but then we filled in a rendering. This shows you how much that just peeks over the top of the cornice. Sorry. This is a view further down 21st Street, looking back at the building. We have to extend the boiler flue, so this is existing. This is the framing of the mock-up, and this is it filled in as a rendering. From Fifth Avenue, you don't see it. This is a view from Fifth Avenue looking down across the building at the new windows, but also the proposed emergency generator at the back of the building. And from 22nd Street, there is a slither through which you can see the building, so we looked at what the effect of that was, existing, the mock-up, and you can just see it peeking up in this location. That's pretty much.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yes.
Yes, Wellington and then Adi.
Since you originally had two banks of elevators, obviously the Fifth Avenue side, if you were to place the extension up that side, it will be less visible than on the south side. Was it because the Institute is directly across the street, that's why you said we're going to use this elevator bank?
Yeah, two reasons. One, a lot of those buildings, the ground floor, the retail is so valuable, so by taking that entrance, yes, you're right, they wanted to make the entrance as close to and directly opposite to their assignment center, but the other reason is that most of those buildings along Fifth Avenue are maximizing the retail frontage, and they're putting the upper floor entrances around the corner when they can. In fact, that's what they did with 160. That's the one. So that's the reason why they, and there are currently 6 elevators for this building. So.
Can I also just?
Yes.
Just so it's clear, if we were to use the existing passenger elevators, those two would need to increase in height as well, because those two are quite old and don't meet current code.
But they'll be less visible though, right?
Well, they're right on the lot line. You'd see them, you go back one slide or two. I mean, the visibility that is over the primary facades is actually, I think, limited, fortunately. But it's this bulkhead where so this element would have to grow significantly for upgraded elevators.
So on Fifth Avenue, you can see it. If you
Right, and you might, right, we obviously didn't mock it up, but you might actually be able to see it east on 21st Street. The other advantage to having those elevators on 21st Street is it's frame loading directly from the street that goes right into, as it was historically.
Ivy?
Yes, you mentioned something about the reason for the selection of slate and its relationship to the program of the foundation. I didn't understand that.
Well, mathematicians, the interior has blackboards everywhere. Mathematicians use blackboards. And so the interior design, we have blackboards everywhere. And we felt that was an interesting sort of association to take down, and we designed a lot of it using slate on the inside. So that's why we wrote this slate.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we can take testimony. Jack Taylor?
I'm Jack Taylor of the Drive to Protect the Ladies Mile District. This ambitious project contains at least one element that gives us pause. The proposed removal of an original architectural feature, the two-bay canopy on the side street facade of this impressive Beaux-Arts store and loft building from the turn of the 20th century. That structural feature is identified in the designation report not as a marquee, but as, quote, a large metal canopy supported by iron rods, unquote, and it is prominent in a historical photograph from 1922. What the applicant proposes as replacements for this single canopy are an architectural double whammy having very little to do with the year 1903, when this building was constructed, and a lot to do with the simplicities of contemporary design. We would much prefer that the retention and restoration of the existing metal canopy, an architectural feature that was common to the store and loft buildings of the Ladies' Mile heyday between the Civil War and World War I. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC asks that more consideration be given to retaining the form of the existing canopy on the south elevation, which, if not original, has been in this configuration since at least the 1920s. The new entrance infill should work within the existing geometry found here, and the canopy should either be restored or replaced in kind if need be. The proposed modern bronze canopies appear quite common in comparison, lacking distinction in comparison with the utilitarian canopy. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other speakers? Okay. Community Board 5 recommends denial of this application unless the design of the canopies is reworked to be more contextual to the existing canopy as well as the whole building. So I guess that means that if if it's redesigned, they would support it. It's a little bit confusing. Okay. Do we have any, yes, you'd like to respond? Yes.
Just briefly, I'd like to just address Jack's comment about the sort of integrity issue of the canopy. I think I mentioned it in my piece, but we did look very closely at that photograph, which I'm trying to get to, a 1920 photograph. And if you look at the geometry, first of all, the tiebacks come to this point, and the existing ones are right at the existing end at the front edge. And when you zoom in on that photo, there appears to be some cresting across the front edge. The current canopy, is really quite pedestrian. It's got a corrugated roof. It's got this sort of painted sheet metal. We feel that while it is probably in the historic location, it's not the actual original canopy. And I think what's being proposed is it's certainly contemporary in expression, but at this sort of back end of the building and what has been sort of the service side of the building, it doesn't detract from the building. I think it works quite well with the new infill that's proposed as part of the overall design and program of the building.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. Right, comments?
Does the staff believe that's the original canopy?
Yes.
Just in looking at the photographs, I don't think it's the original canopy. It's probably been clad over it. Maybe the structure is historic, but the existing cladding is not.
Thank you.
All right, comments? I think the proposal is fine as is. I know that the rooftop mechanicals will be partially visible, but again, I think this neighborhood, we've seen rooftop mechanicals that can be seen from different vistas. And I don't really have an issue with the canopy as well, and the change from what was the service entrance to the main door.
Yeah, I think that's the point about the canopy. If it's, I don't think it's original. Apparently it's not. It's in the original position, but the nature of the building is changing as the nature of this part of town is changing. Maybe we're getting a version of Silicon Alley back. I don't know, but it's changing, and the building is changing along with it. I don't think we're changing significant pieces of this building that define the building. We're changing a little piece of a service entrance, which is fine for me.
Okay, any other comments? All right, Fred? Yes.
In a matter of 162 Fifth Avenue in the Ladies Mile Historic District, the application is to install entrance infill, a marquee, and rooftop mechanical equipment. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Ladies Mile Historic District, and I recommend approval, noting that the removal of masonry infill at the three westernmost bays along 21st Street and the existing metal canopy above the bays will not result in any damage to any significant architectural features of the building. That the new infill within the third westernmost bay, consisting of steel and glass doors with the transom above, will be in keeping with the design of modern entrance infill found at modified store and loft buildings of a similar age and style found elsewhere within the Ladies Mile Historic District. That the materials and design of the infill at the two westernmost bays, consisting of statuary bronze panels and doors at the service entrances and slate panels at the remainder of the infill, will harmonize with the materials and the details of the building. That there is precedent for canopies at this location, which historically was a loading dock. That the installation of a pair of canopies above the new entrances will allow for the exposure of the masonry pier between the entrance bays, thus maintaining the verticality of the piers at the base of the building. That the simple modern design of the canopies, clad with statuary bronze and with vertical lettering at the sides will not overwhelm any significant architectural features of the building and will be in keeping with the simple designs of modern canopies at buildings of a similar age and style found elsewhere within the historic district. That the new metal signage adjacent to the entrance will be installed on areas of plain masonry and will not detract from any significant architectural features of the building. That the new generator at the roof will be visible only over the secondary facade and will be in keeping with mechanical equipment seen over secondary facades at buildings of similar age and style found elsewhere within the historic district, and that the new expanded elevated bulkhead will only be minimally visible over the south facade, will be clad with a neutral gray colored metal, I think that is, and will be in keeping with visible rooftop bulkheads found in buildings of a similar age and style found elsewhere within the historic district.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 18. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan docket number 184149. This is 744 Madison Avenue, located within the Upper East Side Historic District. It's a commercial building originally designed by Rouse and Goldstone in 1917, altered by Kenneth B. Norton in 1938, and altered and enlarged pursuant to Certificate of Appropriateness 10-3979 by Page Ayers Cowley Architects, and the application is to install an awning.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Derek Danner and Preservation Department staff. This property is located in the Upper East Side Historic District on the west side of Madison Avenue between East 64th and 65th. The applicant is proposing to install an arched awning over the southernmost entrance, which does not meet staff approvals and due to construction and operability. The architect is here to present this application. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Michael Regis, the architect for the proposed awning, which is the entire scope of our application. The building 744 to 748 Madison, the adjacent building is under construction. The location of the proposed awning is underneath the sidewalk shed. So eventually, when this construction is complete and the scaffolding is taken down, over this arched entry to the upper story tenant spaces of this building is where the awning will be located. The building was built in 1917. There are historic precedents for awnings at the side entrances to the building. Here is one. There are other awnings historically at the building. Here. Our awning location would be over this entryway here. This is what is proposed, a half-dome awning in keeping with all the landmark particulars in terms of ending at the transom mutton above the door, being set within the opening, not obscuring any features of the opening, maintaining the 8-inch maximum skirt. Beyond this, the building has awnings over the primary retail space. The first and second floor is one contiguous retail space, which makes use of awnings. This is, they are essentially white and black, white fabric with black script. Officially, the fabric is called a silver fabric, Sunbrella silver, and the awning text is in a dark gray. We will match those colors and materials for our awning here at the entrance of 744. There are precedents for many awnings throughout the Upper East Side Historic District. The closest in appearance to what we're proposing would be these at the Plaza, at the Athene Hotel again, a half-dome awning within the masonry opening. These are similar and immediately around the corner from 744 Madison. And that concludes my material.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, we have one speaker, Elizabeth Fagan.
Hi, Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side. Over the years, 744 Madison Avenue has changed drastically. Of the original 1917 building, all that remains is the two-story storefront and small winged entries at either end. As part of the 2008 application, which enlarged the building, the backs of these wing entrances were bricked in. Although the addition of brick infill means that these wings have been altered slightly, they are still very important to this building as one of the few original details left. The proposed addition of the fixed awning will conceal some of the distinctive architectural features of this entry, including the recessed arch, keystone, and fanlight window. We ask the Commission to deny this application in order to protect a small original piece of this highly altered building. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Community Board 8 recommends approval of this application. Okay, do we have any other questions for the applicant? Can close the hearing.
What the testimony, just is it referring to this detail?
There's the fanlight underneath here.
Yeah, but in fact, again, according to any of the landmark stipulations, the transom window is clearly visible from the street, from the sidewalk. It is not obstructed by the awning.
Okay, all right, so we close the hearing. Any concerns about this?
No concerns, I'm just curious as to why this wasn't approvable at staff level. What's the
Because
trick?
I think it's this kind of canopy.
Yeah, we don't, it's exactly the size. We do not yet have a rule that speaks to an arch-headed opening. It's just more the traditional square head. And also the operation, it's a fixed awning rather than a retractable awning.
Okay,
Right,
thank you.
but if you start having these more circular ones, then it's, I mean, those are typically not retractable, right? So, but something I think, we continue to explore in terms of any kind of rulemaking. Again, this canopy is reversible. I think it's not actually taking away any historic fabric, and so I think we're good with this.
Okay. In the matter of docket number 18-4149744 Madison Avenue in the Upper East Side Historic District, the application is to install an awning. Note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper East Side Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the type and placement of the proposed awning is consistent with the historic awning used on this building at the matching opening at the opposite side of the building, that the fixed awning follows the curved configuration of the door opening over which it will be installed. Therefore, it will not cause the loss of, damage to, or hide or obscure any significant feature. That the gray canvas and black lettering on the skirt will closely match existing awnings at the two-story commercial base, resulting in a uniform appearance. And that the work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the historic district.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, last item on the agenda is item 19, an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, docket number 180053. This is 3 East 84th Street, located within the Metropolitan Museum Historic District. This is an Art Deco-style apartment building designed by Raymond Hood and John M. Howells and built in 1928. The application is to legalize the installation of a painted wall mural installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm a Waterloo Preservation
The item before you is for 3 East 84th Street in the Metropolitan Museum Historic District. The building is located mid-block on the north side of the street between Madison and 5th Avenues. The proposal is to legalize the installation of a mural at the rear of the penthouse that was installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. The mural is visible from East 85th Street through a small gap in the street wall here. The applicant is here to further discuss the proposal and answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Let me get to the right number. So as Ms. Waterloo explained, our building is here. The cone of visibility is on 85th Street through and I'll be able to show it later, through 2 buildings where they have their refuse kept. And in order to see it, and as you see later, you'd have to come all the way over here and look all the way up. This is the 10th floor. The mural, which was a birthday gift from my wife, a surprise gift, which I somewhat regretted. The sketch is here, which we actually showed to the building president, and no one said to me you needed a permit because of I think because of the limited visibility. But and this is the actual mural. It depicts a Sicilian country child looking out, and into the glasses is the skyline of Manhattan. And the significance of this is that my wife has Sicilian heritage. I've spent most of my adult career involved in children's businesses and charities, and this was her way to give me a surprise gift for my upcoming 75th birthday. Also, it celebrates immigration into New York. I've lived in New York my entire life, and my wife in New Jersey and New York for her entire life. The next slide, and what Ms. Waterloo asked me to do, is to, and my wife actually did the photo, is take pictures showing what you can see, and as you're closer to Fifth Avenue, you really can't see anything. You start to see it a little bit here. As you walk further towards Madison Avenue, you can start to see it. It's right up there. Let's see, I'm on 7 now, and 7 is almost across the street, and you can see it. It's here and over here. And 8 is, I think, the best shot. The distance between these 2 buildings is 9 feet 11 inches. And so when you're face right there and you're looking up and taking the photo, you can see it there. And then the 9th board shows where it's coming, where you're looking through. It's a gated area, and those are the refuse cans through that area. And the same thing with the 10th shot. So to see it from the street is very, very difficult. At first, when we were contacted, I said, well, you can't even see it. And then Ms. Waterloo said, no, but if you go to the other side of the street and you look over, you can see it. So there is limited visibility. We also, my wife gardens on the rear terrace, and we have vines that are going to obscure this also, but we were asked to take down the vines so the photos would show it without the vines. And in terms of the artist, I think those papers are there. He is a Chilean artist, Nelson Rivas. He's actually somewhat famous. He's been honored by the President of Chile. He's gotten an award. He's painted the equivalent of their Penn Station in Chile and lots of other places in Chile. He's a U.S. citizen and goes back and forth to Chile and all over the world painting. He's now working a lot in New York, and in the materials we gave you, which shows some of his work in Brooklyn, in Fort Greene, in certain beautification projects. And we think he's a terrific guy, and we really love this painting. And my wife and I thought we'll do anything to try and obscure it any way you want, because we really love to keep this painting and have it up there. It's also, no damage was done to anything to do this painting.
Any questions? Do we have some speakers on this item? Elizabeth Fagan?
Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side. Friends Preservation Committee had mixed feelings about this application. On one hand, some felt that we should not reward illegal work on landmarked buildings, and on the other hand, some considered the mural to be minimally visible from the street. All agreed, though, that the principle of street visibility provides a useful measure when weighing this application. Since the mural is visible from the public way, it should be held to the same standards as a standard proposal for a certificate of appropriateness. In addition, the mural is very large and is painted directly onto the wall, which permanently alters the exterior material and cannot be easily removed. Although some committee members did not object to the mural itself, we feel that legalization would not be appropriate because it is an improper addition to this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there more speakers on this item? No more speakers. Community Board 8 recommends denial of this application, stating that's out of context and that it's inappropriate for the historic district. And we also received one email in opposition to the mural. Okay, do we have any other questions for the applicant?
We were told about one...
If you can speak towards the mic, yes.
We were told there was one person who objected to the mural. He met with my super and the building manager, and he lives a block away. So we look out and we can see his terrace. How he's seeing it is beyond me, because I almost need to use binoculars to see it. He's the only one.
He's using binoculars with the...
Is it happening right in the reflection? So he's the only one we know. We've had several of the people in our building come up and see it, and they all are fine. In fact, they said, would you like a letter from every one of us to sign it, to say, yes, we would like it. So I could easily do that.
No, I don't think that's necessary.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is it, so it's on the penthouse, on the rooftop. And is that penthouse original to the building?
No.
Do you know? Do we know?
I'm pretty
I
certain
heard somebody
it's
say
not.
something.
I think it was the roof. It's 10 foot, 10.
But the penthouse is set back from the rear lot line, right? I mean, the rear wall.
Yeah, it's set back. Most of the terrace is actually on the front, on the side looking out to the west side. This is the part that we don't use that much. And it's really used to, for my wife growing vegetables or
vines, right? And you had to remove the vines?
Well, we were asked to remove it so we have clearer pictures.
And it's hopefully the back. And it's the rear of the building, right?
It's the rear of the building. It has, at the rear, it's viewed through a gap between two taller buildings. It's at the penthouse, and it's set back from the rear wall.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks. I think we don't have no other questions. We can close the hearing.
So moved.
Okay, comments? Yes?
It's lovely. Who could say no to a birthday gift like that, for goodness sakes? I mean, I think it's minimally visible, it's not on the principal facade, it's in a building that's noted for its artwork in a district that's named after a museum, so I'd say fine.
That's the clincher, actually. Yes, okay, yes.
I think there is another test. I'm for it too, by the way, but there is another test. There could be lots of happy birthday parties on the Upper East Side and surprise gifts and so forth. But I think Addie's point about this being all set back and it's on a stucco wall, obviously it's reversible. Maybe the next occupant of that apartment will not view it in the same way that the recipient of the birthday gift did, and it could be changed. So I'm not really sure this test that we give each other here, would we have approved this if it had come to us? I don't know if we would have, but I think in this case, given all the situation, I can support it.
I could too, and I think for those very same reasons, and it's not just about its minimal visibility, but also where it's located within this building and the certain circumstance of this building itself, and the fact that it's reversible. If anybody ever wants to, it's your birthday present, so probably not be painted over, but I could support it as well. Okay, good.
In the matter of 3 East 84th Street, the Metropolitan Museum Historic District, an Art Deco-style apartment building designed by Raymond Hood and John Howells and built in 1928, the application is to legalize the installation of a painted wall mural installed without Landmark Preservation Commission permits. I note that the style, scale, materials, and details of these two buildings are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Metropolitan Museum Historic District, and I recommend approval finding that the work did not alter, destroy, or conceal any significant historic fabric, that the mural installed at the rear facade of a stucco-clad penthouse is visible only from limited vantage points from a public thoroughfare and seen from a distance through a service alley in conjunction with the rear facade, that the colors are muted and do not call undue attention to the mural, that the mural only occupies a small percentage of the visible rear yard facade of the building at a height which makes its presence barely perceptible from the public thoroughfares, and that the work does not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the historic district.
And can we just also note that it's located on a portion of the building that is set back further from the rear wall? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Thank you so much, my wife.
You think your wife's here too, but we really do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye. See you next week.